Okay, how about now? And everybody's gonna have to refresh as well, so you can actually
Hmm.
do things in the foundry. Otherwise, it's going to act like it's perfectly normal, even though it's not, and there's no connection.
Dang it.
Okay, so now repeat all of that all over again.
Okay. So do I need to do the session recap as well, or just
No.
okay what the plan options that I had in mind were?
Yes.
Okay. So we have an obligation to meet with the middle class dwarf family to deal with their haunted, cursed slash whatever it is house at 8 and later in the evening. But while we're waiting for that to go on, we have a couple of different avenues we can investigate Mr. Scartoli, the kobold jeweler with the sketchy connections and the very shady storage unit. A couple of suggestions that I had would be monitor his jewelry shop. So for that, we would be watching for people of interest going in and out, or items of interest, or activities that occur of interest. So basically, get a sense of like what is it that he's dealing in, and who does he deal with directly on the premises. Um, Another thing that we could do that may be of use before doing the dwarf couple event would be asking around about Mr. Scartoli. You know, is the word on the street that he's connected to a organized crime group? If so, is he a leading figure? Is he in charge? Is he some lower level schmuck? How do people perceive him? Are there any rumors such as like uh, he's rumored to be bribing the police or something else like that? So on and so forth. What are people saying? I also later on would like to actually check the town registry. Like, what's the legal situation with him? Does he have? Is he married? Does he have close associates? Like, does he co-own his short store with anybody? Um, that sort of thing. However, that'll have to wait until Alex is formally registered with the town. And from what the NPC said, the I think it was like an old gnome lady. She said that we would have to come back and it should be done tomorrow.
Yes.
So if we're going to pursue that angle, unless we feel like breaking in or convincing people to let us look, we don't have a great way to pursue that just yet, unless there's some non-governmental group that would keep records to investigate. And this is also not including any options like just prep or prepare. Like if we need to get materials, equipment, resupply, or look for something fancy like a magic item or something. Another thing that we could do is that we technically said that we would come back to deal with the rat problem later. So we could also spend some time just preparing for that as well, such as by investigating, like, say, go to the library and look up psychic rats. What's the phenomena? How do you deal with them? That kind of thing.
Yeah, that'll be in the Dewey Decimal.
Probably. So, what do people think? Do we have any votes leaning towards particular options there? Or have you thought of anything that you think might also be good that hasn't been mentioned?
I'm looking at exploration actions in the meantime.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything like pertinent Mr. Rum would do aside from I know we talked about doing some downtime. But that's not pertinent right now because we can do that later.
Okay.
Well,
So I guess the haunt, right? That's the most like.
Yeah, the haunt is probably the next direct action thing that we would be doing.
Yeah. Do we have a
Everything else
timeline
would
for
be
that?
what?
Do we have a timeline for that? Like, is that tonight? Is that within the next week?
It's
It's
tonight.
supposed to be tonight.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, absolutely, we'll do it tonight, and then maybe. I remember mentioning Garmrum doing some. What do you call that? The action collect information.
Okay.
Um.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the only other thing that I would think in the immediate long term is we should resolve the psychic rat situation with Mr. Scartoli. And that
Yeah.
either means taking out the psychic rats, relocating them somehow, which they did say they would if they could find easier prey to deal with. I don't think that's particularly realistic with what we know and are aware of, but it's technically an option. Or we can formally back out of the job.
I think last we discussed things, we were just gonna tell him, "Hey, you fucker, you didn't tell us these were psychic rats. We're gonna prepare and come back." So that way we have a reason to like stay in
Delay.
contact with him.
Yeah. I could see that
I
playing
mean,
out a couple of different ways.
Yeah.
You also still have his breeding masks, by the way.
Yeah, we
Oh,
do.
cool.
But yeah, I think if nothing else, indicating that the threat is more involved than just regular rats should be sufficient to buy us time. Um, if we want to try to leverage completing that job to get more work from him in a bid to kind of like embed ourselves into his operations to see what we can find out, that might be one way to go. I don't know if we. I don't know if that's the best course of option, but it's possible. It depends on what we find out, what we can get. I will say that can be risky.
You are now all cataloged in alphabetical order.
Cataloged.
You mean in the wait screen?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Oh, like
we do have a disturbing amount of A's and then 2 G's.
It's ag.
We're the attorney generals.
The amazing ace attorneys.
You have 7 A's amongst you.
wow.
It's a lot of A's.
3
Well-
E's.
If we end up with a party name, can we be the A team?
The AG unit.
The AG.
The Attorney General unit.
What the hell is an attorney general?
They're
It's
the
a
attorney.
federal level
He's the rat
version
that makes
of.
all of the rules.
I didn't know
Yeah.
attorneys had generals.
It's kind of like the attorney over like an entire legal district.
Pretty much, yeah. Like you can have multiple attorney general, at least in the United States legal system.
Excuse
Yeah.
me, the plural is attorneys general.
Yes, this is true.
I mean, I guess for my part, if you guys are coming back and then wake Graya's drunk ass up, the most recent thing she would be aware of would be to go to the dwarven couple, and then on the way, you could fill her in.
Yeah, like if we're just kind of looking to get to the next event, that probably resolving that the dwarf couple thing would be the most straightforward thing we could do. It's technically overnight, so we would want to keep that in mind as well. Because if we don't get proper rest, your stuff doesn't recharge. So it might not be a bad idea to actually like do some of the rest now, and then finish resting later. And then that way you can still get like 8 hours of rest, perhaps. I don't entirely know how that works. Am
I
off
know
base?
there is something that needs to happen to work.
You do have to
whenever-
get like a rest.
Whenever Alex gets more spells, you need to get something lightning or light based so you can scream "Power of Attorney" while firing it at somebody.
I'm pretty
I
sure
mean,
there's a spotlight we can buy in the
I mean, I was gonna have him yell like, overruled and a bunch of other stuff later, but anyways. But yeah, so I mean, so for purposes of rest and kind of flow, we might want to just do the dwarf uh, cursed house event, and then just kind of rest up a bit.
Sure.
Once every 24 hours for a period of 8 hours.
Oh, so it has to be like straight 8 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless elves still do trances in this, which I don't think they did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they've done
Androids
that
might
for a
not
while.
have to.
All right, so scratch that plan then.
No, I think we have time to do some spying before we make our way. I mean, we know what's his face is probably not going to be in his shop since he's entertaining tonight.
That's what he told us, anyways. So
True.
that said, might not be a bad idea because if you can eavesdrop, that could be one angle of investigation. So I guess maybe the better way to frame it is if we're going to spend some time investigating, what would each person like to do?
Okay, like what specifically are we investigating?
So Mr. Scartoli, we believe, is a figure of organized crime. We have reason to believe that he's committed or has been involved with and probably responsible for several murders, several counts of kidnapping, and trafficking, among other crimes. We are currently looking for evidence that doesn't come from a suspicious source to corroborate that. But we don't really know anything about Mr. Scartoli at all right now because we just waltzed right into town and started taking work. So we need to figure out who he is, who runs with him, what he's been doing, and what can we prove versus what can we do to resolve the problem that he represents. And that's kind of a high level take.
I mean, just thinking about it off the top of my head, in theory, he has not seen Graya with the rest of you guys. I assume. Like,
that might be up for Dub to decide because I don't know.
I'll say no.
Okay.
yeah, because like my thought was like if you guys were gonna like we hit town and we got all that official business out of the way, she was very bored and decided she was going to go get drunk to celebrate, and you guys all wanted to go find work. So, I mean, my thought is she could perhaps snoop if you guys tell her about this guy and he's bad news. and if the timeline lines up so that she could just kind of lurk while while we wait for the night to come,
Yeah.
so we can prove his haunting.
So maybe what we can do then is
Oh, the other thing you guys haven't done yet is see if the antiquarians want anything.
yeah, that's true.
Who are the antiquarians?
They're the group that wants to dig up the ruins to find artifacts, and they were talking about building an outpost in their job posting, I think.
Sure, we could give them a look. See why not.
I do need to take a stop by the post office too.
Yeah.
To send a letter. Plus, maybe check out the local banks, see if they have anything. But neither of those are overly pressing, so.
I guess the way I would phrase it is if you don't think you have much useful, think you can do much of use for the investigation proper, then yeah, taking care of other stuff would be a good move.
I'm fairly sneaky, and I do pretty decent intimidations, so.
Okay.
I'll do it up to.
So maybe this is a situation where maybe Abner and Graya check out the shop to kind of get a sense of what's going on there. Like kind of either watch it or even maybe try to snoop and eavesdrop, perhaps.
Oh, I've been in the shop, so if we're going that route.
That's true.
Seen me already.
Well, he could kind of supervise, maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Well, we also don't want to work alone either. So,
yeah, I mean, having someone there to be like, Graya, absolutely do not do this, might be good, but
I don't know if, given what happened last time, Abner's the best choice for that, though.
Yeah, if Abner's still kind of hot about everything, then he might be better off poking around, maybe trying to intimidate some people into giving information, like some street toughs.
Is he mad about rats?
He's mad about what the rats showed Garmarum, which involves murdering people, feeding the dead bodies to the rats, among other things.
Yeah, and trafficking children or something.
That too.
Aren't you a demon?
Oh, I'm not mad.
No, he's not mad. He's looking at this as an opportunity to get souls.
I'm excited. I'm like, oh my gosh, these people, so guilty. But I'm like, oh wait, us witnessing it doesn't count. And I'm like, I really just need our judge to say they're guilty. But if he wants to play by the Queen's laws.
More importantly, Alex wants to be able to walk away from this, whatever happens.
Yeah, that too.
So knowing what we're getting into by sticking our noses into this.
Yeah, so we can't
very
just
important.
We can't just judiciously murder these people because one, oh no, organized crime, they're gonna come after us, and also they have more resources and people than us.
It also just doesn't look good if you murder random people.
Yeah, when we just walk into the city.
Yeah, like we would have explaining to do.
We just got here.
So yeah, so setting aside any personal feelings I have about what has been alleged and what has been shown to Garmarum, we should do some bare minimum due diligence.
If you started something, the heavily armored guard would come over, and just from their levels, they would have a +10 to hit, so you would die. You get crit instantly.
This is a fucking +10. Whoopsie.
Yeah. So, like I said, whatever we end up doing, I do want to survive it. And if we
Same.
can leverage the law and by extension the city guard, great. And if we can't, well, can we engineer something that we can get out of? And if not, well, then we need to rethink what we're doing. But yes, so my suggestion would be we split into two groups.
Yeah.
One group would be involved with watching its place. The other group would be asking around the people for information.
I'll be in that group, though I won't be doing it stealthily. I can do it subtly, but not like.
I mean, I don't think. Could word get back that somebody's asking about him? Sure. Is there much to do about that? Much to action on that? Not in particular, unless you make it seem like I'm a legal entity.
It's just like, oh no, I'm just a legal entity. I'm just making sure. Hey, if you grease my palm, I'll work with you.
I mean, yeah, there's always the "I'd like to work with you" angle.
Yeah. So that was kind of one angle I was thinking, because if we can take care of the rats, then that's, that could be our way in. So maybe what we do is Abner and Garmarum go ask around town, and then Graya and Alex will watch the jewelry shop for now and see what we see.
I'll see what I can do to keep Abner calm if things go a little rough. I'm not
Alternatively,
used.
you can leverage that heat to scare some people into giving you information, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I just look like a dude, so Abner
a
looks
dude.
like a massive guy with flaming hair when angry.
All he got to do is pull out his gun and twirl it, and they'll be scared and
Yeah,
distracted.
just furiously twirling his guns in the background.
You got to do it Revolver Ocelot style, where you're juggling 3 different revolvers, and only one of them has a single loaded bullet, and you pull the trigger mid juggle.
Instructions unclear.
Cool.
Did it with flintlock pistols.
Oh no.
Oh man. But yeah, so that would be my suggestion then, unless you guys want to take care of other relevant business like upkeep.
I mean, I have no upkeep.
Yeah, do we even have upkeep? Well,
I mean more like if you have other business that might be more important or impactful that isn't related to this task.
not really. I'm here to like get souls, and I don't know if there's any other way to do this aside from Mr. Gator's over there. I'm gonna make sure he does his job. Like he does his job well, and nothing gets in his way. And these people seem to be working with me. They've seen my true form, which is unfortunate. But they're not killing me. So that's a good thing. And I should leverage that.
Abner's still technically on a mission, anyways.
You're still trying to find a guy's horse.
Yeah, that derailed.
I'd say this has gotten out of hand, wouldn't you?
Well, we lost track of that guy and his horse, Reese.
Yeah, so I mean, there's that I'm currently on. I'm sure I can find something else at a local bank that needs doing, plus a letter is gonna be able to happen whenever. The lizard dude can wait.
Okay, so what are we settling on?
I guess some sneaking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Graya would happily go case a place if she knew there was some kind of suspicious organized crime, as she has been a victim of it before.
Okay.
But, like, maybe don't mention the rats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Everyone else can get tidied up.
Okay.
Okay, I was about to say this is not Ironforge music. I have been lied to. That's because it's the area around Ironforge. By the way, there is an image of Mr. Scartoli under the NPC things now.
Check. Why only see Kragaton?
He would be considered a townsfolk.
Oh, there's another one. We're in. Yeah, there it is. Batim Scatole. He's a chunky boy. It's a kobold, right?
Yes.
He looks like he'd crit us in the first hit and kill us.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Okay, so who wants to do what, where, when, why?
I think Alex and Graya will check out the shop so that Graya can case it while Mr. Gator watches for anything of interest going on.
Yeah.
I would also like to use the opportunity, if possible, to follow a lead on Mr. Scartoli. And if I remember
What?
right, I need to either look at him directly or something, some kind of evidence that's related to him to do that.
Creature, item, or small location such as a room or corridor.
Just checking to see.
You don't need to know the
Gotcha.
identity, purpose, or nature, but you do have to be aware of its existence.
Okay, so would just like looking at his shop be sufficient then?
If he's in it.
Hmm. But yes, that's what I would like to do. Because the only other thing that I got is the gas mask that he gave us or loaned us.
And I'm surprised there's not like a use the library type of deal. Like, there's not a research action, right? No. The only closest thing I can see is gather information, but that's specifically talking to people, not looking something up.
Yeah, I'm also only trained, I think. Let me check. Yeah, trained. So I can only get like a common rumor about this gang, and I think that's what I'm looking for. Like, hey, what are we dealing with? How big is their operation? Maybe I want to see if, like, say it's big enough that they're pressuring local shops. And gossip and stuff. It's like, hey, who do I have to look out for? Hey, who do I like pay bribes to?
Bars and taverns are always a good place to start with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think if you want, at some point, I can give you a unless this would just be considering recall knowledge. Is there a exploration thing for recalling knowledge?
I think so. Let me
There
check.
should be.
Exploration. Refocus. No. Recall knowledge. I think is just an action.
Yeah, I'm looking on like I know we don't have all the actions because I have, under downtime, earn income, long term rest, retraining,
Well,
and
this would
Yeah,
be
synthesis.
it's an
downtime.
yeah,
This would
it's an
be
action.
exploration.
Yeah, recall knowledge is under the action
Ah,
tab. It's just like, for example, recall society. I think would be the thing here. Or recall knowledge lore.
Yeah, I guess you would just use that then instead of an exploration activity.
Yeah, gather information is what I have the most. What would recall knowledge? What should I roll for recall knowledge again? 'Cause I wouldn't know anything. I think I just got here.
I was gonna say if you wanted to specifically look something up in a library or something, I could give you like a recall knowledge exploration activity, but that's what the base one already is. I guess I would
Yeah,
just make it take longer.
this does seem to be kind of a recurring issue. It's like there's not really an action for what we want to do, but there's skills for it.
Yep.
Like, could you not just do like, hey, roll recall knowledge, but
diplomacy.
make it an exploration action, or
I was gonna say use gather information, but replace diplomacy with whatever
yeah,
skill or lore skill.
like my plan with Graia, right? Like my plan with Graia entirely is use stealth to hide outside of the place until she sees something relevant or suspicious or gets caught.
And that would just be avoiding notice with perception checks.
That's probably what Alex will do as well. Just lurking with Graia.
Which
have-
is not suspicious because people often see giant alligators and monkey women just hanging.
It's a free city. You don't own this road. We can hang out wherever we want. It's legal. No, there's no such thing as a loitering law. Why do you ask?
Did we determine? Actually, let me just look that up. I think Venara are uncommon in Pathfinder 1.
Yeah, they're probably very rare here.
They're uncommon, yes. I think you're the only uncommon person in the group. No,
Okay.
Garmarum is also uncommon.
No, I was about to say, we have, like, I know he's technically a Kitsune, but he is actually a fucking demon. And technically Alex is a lizard folk.
Okay, Noel is also uncommon.
Like, in theory, we are like the fucking...
And Lizard Folk is
Shit.
also uncommon, yes.
What are they?
Atticus is the only normie.
And
Look at him. He's a normie.
and he makes up for that by just being fucking weird. But yeah, we're like the fucking... If Blazing Saddles was Tolkien.
At least nobody is rare. You could be an android or a construct or a Pinocchio.
You
Yeah.
know, the weird thing is, it wouldn't be the first time I was a cowboy robot in a game.
It's
I kind of want
Westworld.
to see somebody play a puppet just because it's hilarious.
As a side note, I have updated the shared journal with everything I remember from session 5.
Which is hopefully a lot.
It's everything.
Skeleton, for being a rare ancestry, it's kind of yeah, it's kind of generic. Because your heritages are basically, hey, do you want to be a skeleton of a small person, or a skeleton of a thick person, or a skeleton of a normie, or a skeleton of a big person?
Makes sense.
And then you've got stuff like the Poppet, where it's you're possessed by a ghost. You're literally a toy. You're a wind-up construction, or somebody wished you to life, aka Pinocchio. So if you guys would like to stalk the outside of the jewelry store, I guess give me 2 hidden stealth checks. There's not really anything for the avoiding notice exploration action besides that, is there?
I don't
Okay,
think
you
so.
move at half speed, okay, that doesn't really matter. And you can use stealth instead of perception for initiative, yeah. I don't think I can just type a rollout in chat and have it be hidden, so I'm gonna have to open up a sheet. By the way, I like how they changed the ability boosts now.
How they change it?
Well, for one, it's a different layout on your front page. But whenever you go to edit it, you can actually see ancestry, background, class, level 1, 5, 10, 15, 20. But we're going to have to do it manually basically every level. So I guess it didn't really matter for us since we're using the variant rule. Okay, well, Alex, you specifically can see the cashier, I guess you would call it, sitting at the front desk, um, looking in both of your general directions. So they definitely know that you guys are around. But Graya, you can spot them scribbling something down on a piece of paper and then slipping it in what appears to be a gap in the wall behind them, where it is then taken by something because it disappears from there.
It's taken by something on the other side.
Yes. Think of it like uh, the thing in banks where they have the screen that you can see through, except that's not here. It's just the hole in the bottom that you put the things in, and they take it from you.
Right. So it's like a slot. Is it? I mean, so is it like a solid wall, and there's just a slot in it for
It's
depositing these
yes.
things, or? Okay. Hmm. So the guys left the shop, went to the wall, put something in, piece of paper, and
This is
paper.
in the shop behind the counter.
Oh, in the shop. Hmm. Hmm. And I'm sorry. Where was Alex? Was he waiting outside? I guess it kind of screened the joint.
I think he'd probably just kind of be watching from outside for now.
And I mean, this is otherwise an upstanding jewelry establishment, correct?
Yes.
Well, after considering many of the fine shinies, Graya will just slip back out. Clearly, this is some sort of highfalutin fashion that she does not understand. And, will signal Alex.
to come over, or just that nothing was
Well,
spotted?
oh yeah, I mean she'll come over to him. Definitely like come take a look. But she'll approach and kind of give him the don't let anyone see us talking or you'll blow our cover.
Hmm.
But
Okay, then yeah, he can duck out of the hall, or I mean not the hall, but he can walk a block away or so.
I don't know anything about jewelry, but they've definitely got a back room.
That would make sense. If nothing else, secure lockup would not be unexpected. Um, did you see or hear or notice anything that might suggest something suspicious?
I mean, really, was there anything suspicious about slipping a note into a wall?
Probably not, other than that he looked directly at both of you before he did it.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that's not really a whole lot to act on. You could come up with any number of plausible reasons why he would do that.
Sorry, who was he looking at directly?
Both of you.
Yeah, I mean, pretty sure he knows we were there.
Yes. I think for now this is probably a wash if that's the case.
I mean, if you think he's doing something illegal, why don't we go grab a bunch of guards, come down here, and rough him up a little?
We would have to get a warrant to do that.
A what?
A warrant. It's basically legal clearance to do something that would otherwise normally be illegal, such as invade somebody's privacy or go through their belongings or seize their assets, among other things.
Huh. So you could kick his door down, but then it wouldn't be a bad thing?
I do not have legal jurisdiction in the city of Old Oakley.
Well, that's lame.
Yes. If we were in the wild, that is part of my circuit. And I would be able to rule and judge as I deem fit. However, that is not the case here. Um, if we wanted to execute a search like that, we would need to convince someone in the constabulary or of the legal establishment to give us the clearance to do so. And even then, they would probably execute it themselves, given that we are outsiders.
Yeah, but then we just have to trust that they do their jobs?
Presumably, yes. And we probably won't get such an outcome without some sort of plausible evidence, which, again, passing a note is insufficient. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is there any sort of legal ground that I could justify that?
I may have to get back to you on that one.
See, Dub is not only having to run D&D, but study law.
I mean, that's totally fine. Like I said, I kind of expected this to be a wash, given what we've observed that we were observed. So
So far, you don't know, or you don't have any evidence that would be permissible in court of them doing anything illegal.
Right.
I mean, but these guys are bad, right? Like you said, there might have been bodies.
That's what Garmarum said. Part of the investigation is to actually confirm the allegations, or at least find reason to believe them more credible.
Why does allegation sound a lot like alligator? Sorry,
Something
maybe we
you're
should follow him.
Probably gets that a lot.
I was going to say, something you're trying to imply?
Oh, I don't know how any of this works. Your language is weird.
I see. Either way,
But you're a legal alligator who makes allegations.
the puns just never stop.
So we can't get this guy? What
Not,
now?
not yet. Let's see if Garmarum and Abner have anything more useful or interesting to follow up on.
Okay.
For now.
What is this place that I am seeing in the Ironforge music and ambience video that I'm playing? Where, okay, it just changed. They have a bunch of tanks in there, and then there's a gyrocopter that gets put on a thing and launched out through a hole in the ceiling. I don't remember that at all.
Is that not like a siege engine workshop or something?
That might have been what they added after. Oh God. Okay, this might have been a an area in Northrend, which is where like the Lich King is. This might not be Ironforge at all.
Because it doesn't seem familiar at all, so.
I know it's not an Ironforge because even after like Cataclysm, Ironforge didn't get updated.
It's a bit weird.
Well, Deathwing attacked Stormwind, and no one gives a fuck about anywhere else. Until they burn down the elf tree in Shadowlands. Because fuck the Night Elves too, I guess.
Elves have had it too good for too long. Anyways, what were you saying before I said that?
We just gotta hope Garmarum comes up with something.
Okay, well, Garmarum, what are you doing in the meantime?
I'm accompanying Abner first. He seems to be looking for a post office. So, what Garmarum is doing is basically the first thing he's done when he got the body is get used to things. And that means looking around town, getting used to the layout, finding out where people gather the most, where gossip is the most prevalent, that sort of thing. And the easiest way to do that is to walk around. So he's gonna like hang out with Abner for a bit.
So yeah, Abner will hit up a post office and he'll try and find some bars close to the Scartoli establishment to see if anyone there might have some information.
That would be the Grim Guzzler.
How convenient.
Interesting name.
I see we're on a WoW theme tonight.
It's it's convenient that Ironforge music is playing.
So yeah, so post office to send a letter to. I don't know if you select the name for a town from when you asked me all those questions in the beginning, but that the lizard person I met was.
I have that here somewhere. I don't think I had a town name, but I may have given them a name. Okay, now I just have that they were slim and magical.
Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll come up with a name at some point. He's not really going to be super open that he's sending a letter to this particular individual to Garmram. It's kind of a letter with contents that he doesn't want getting out. So he's going to kind of approach the counter. Garmram is, of course, welcome in the post office to look around, but he's going to kind of do it on the down low.
Yeah, he's gonna look at like postage stamps or something on the wall.
I don't know what the cost for sending a letter would be.
Probably fairly cheap.
Convenient.
Let's see here. If nothing else, I can put it as the cheapest transportation. Actually, you know what? A hireling would probably make more sense. I will say an unskilled hireling, but instead of 1 silver per day, it'll be 1 silver per job because they're just sending something.
Okay, so what would the next tier up be? I suppose
A skilled
that.
hireling, 5 silver.
Okay. Yeah, he'll go for that. He wants to make sure this letter gets here.
$5 silver down, and we'll get you the nice express runners to get there faster.
So this is how you send messages here. Mr. Rome just kind of says out loud to himself
Well,
and kind of observes the transaction.
how perceptive would one say Mr. Rum is?
Not very.
Yeah, I think he's really bad at it.
Okay. So he probably wouldn't notice that the envelope makes.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think Garmer would know this much about the letter. It's just like, oh, the transaction itself. You paid someone to get your letter out somewhere.
Okay. Probably wouldn't notice
He's
the
never
cute
sent a
little
letter
doodle
before.
on the envelope.
Yeah, he probably doesn't.
Okay. So yeah, he'll turn to Garmram. Nothing that you saw here leaves this place, please.
Sending letters? Sure. No one
Well,
needs to know that.
yes. More to whom? It's a rather personal matter.
Oh, I'm not really sure who you sent that to, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Then it's a moot point. As for communication, yes, letters are the most effective means if you have no shreds of magical talent, or in my case, extremely minimal shreds.
He seems to think about it and is like, I don't really have anyone to send letters to. Not so far.
Perhaps one day. You never know.
Maybe I can send a letter to Alex.
There you go. Can get some practice in.
He's gonna like see if he can hire someone to send a letter to Alex. This is to
Oh my
Alex
God.
Gator. He's in the city. Could you just say hi? Just writes on a piece of paper.
Sure.
If you
Got
Sincerely,
any?
Garmerum.
If you got any attachments to send with it?
Just this letter.
you want to make it really fun, make it COD.
What's the CRD?
COD?
Cash on delivery.
He's not going to sell Garmram that, though.
Can you imagine? Yeah, it's an envelope and the letter inside just says hi and sincerely Garmerum. He's mostly doing this to learn how the system works. He's like, please send this to Mr. Alex Gator, who is currently in the city.
Fucking Skyrim Messenger runs up.
How much would that cost?
Well, it's gonna be a
Imagine
silver
they
if
do
you want it normal, or 5 silver if you want it faster.
How fast is normal?
Considering it's within the city limits, it'll probably be good enough.
Sure, 1 silver. Let's see how long that reaches.
I'm sorry.
Is there like a clock here? I'll take a note of the time I sent the letter.
Just picturing Garmerum paying for like same day air.
Yeah.
Overnight delivery.
My
There are
very
clocks,
first.
by the way.
Yeah, cool. What time is it?
It's probably like 3 p.m.
Cool.
Now, let
3
me see
p.m.
how much a clock is for you, because I'm
According
pretty
to
sure
this,
they would be expensive and possibly mind-boggling.
according to the world clock, it's Sunday, the 17th of April, 1927 AD, and the time is 9:57. I don't know if that's accurate, but we have a world clock.
Where is this world clock?
Yeah, where is it? 1927?
According to the it's like here on the side of your like map. I'm hovering over it. I forgot it might be in different places.
Oh, it's the little clock icon
Yeah.
underneath the anvil.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
could add a calendar as well.
Oh, holy shit.
It is plus 1 round, plus 1 minute, plus 10 minutes, plus 1 hour, plus 1 day, plus 1 week.
This is interesting, though. This is kind of neat, actually.
You can literally put dates and times.
Oh
into
my
your
god, that's
world.
why it kept resetting the lighting every round.
Because
Was it
of-
Because
passing?
you were
it was
passing like
going
an
to
entire
the-
day.
It was advancing 1 round, but it was at like 10
Day?
a.m., so it was going 10 a.m. in 6 seconds.
oh, we learned
in the
it.
world?
Yay!
Oh,
Anyways,
man, that's
advanced to noon. It is now noon. So then I need to go to hours. 3. Advanced 3. There you go.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the idea of like having a calendar in like
This
the world
is-
clock and stuff. That could be
this
kind
is-
of cool.
This is
They
pretty
actually
cool
have a
too, because-
Galarian calendar on here.
Cool,
Yeah,
even
you
better.
could actually have real dates. And I'll tell you what, as someone who has put down like writing on settings and stuff, I bet you someone out there is really into having like actual meaningful date and time passage.
I'm sure.
Like, Dub, when's Christmas?
It's in July, obviously.
I'm gonna say
I
there's 2
hate
moons
that.
in the sky. There's 2 Christmases.
Oh. 2 Christmases based on the moon. Say.
One for whenever the leftmost moon turns yellow, and one for whenever the rightmost moon turns yellow.
So does that mean there's 2
Why do
Santa
they turn
Clauses?
yellow?
Because they're the moon. They're made of cheese.
Is one Christmas for Krampus, the other's for Santa?
Yeah, of course. I wonder if
want
they
the
actually have a Krampus in Pathfinder 2.
They might, who knows? Is this all the business you have here, Mr.
They do have a
Adrian?
Krampus. He is he is creature level 21.
I was gonna say
Lord.
it's a legendary monster.
Is there Santa?
Punish the naughty.
yes.
He gains a +1 circumstance bonus to punish the naughty. Okay. Capture, of course. Limited immortality. If you wanted to fight a person who celebrates Krampus, they are creature level 8. So they would also insta-kill you.
Damn.
Nothing pops up for Santa or Claus.
What of Saint?
Nothing for Saint.
Nick? about
Animated
Jolly?
Knick-Knack.
What about Jolly?
Nope.
Okay.
In terms of business at the post office now, done here. So, to the
Bank
nearest
next.
bar, which I believe is the
Right.
Grim Guzzler.
Yes.
Bar. I've sent my first. So it's 3 p.m. right when I sent my first ever. Yeah, it's
Yes.
3 p.m. My first ever telegram to Alex Gator. We'll see how long it takes to get. I'll ask him what time he got the letter.
Well, we can just skip around for a second. Alex,
Well, we're heading.
whenever you guys are done with your spectating, what appears to be a small boy comes up to you and says, "Hey, you Mr. Gator?"
That is me, yes. How can I help you?
Here you go, got a letter for you. And then he'll reach out his other hand while he's giving it to you.
Mr. Gator cocks his brow. But, sure, whatever. Like, what's the going rate?
It's a 1 silver, sir.
All right. He removes the silver, puts it in his palm.
He will bite it and then be satisfied and stick it in his pocket and release the letter from his grasp into your grasp.
Yes.
As though we couldn't take a child.
Technically, he's a halfling, but he appears to be a child.
As if we
I'm
could take
racist.
halfling.
A
All right.
halfling child, now there's.
So yes, he's going to inspect the letter. Does it have like a return address or any sort of like? Is
It
in an
has
envelope?
Garmarum's name on it. Garmarum, did you write this in Common? Okay, Common's the only thing you know. Never mind.
I only know common.
I was going to say like, is it in an
I
envelope?
abandoned all my languages and knowledges, and my infernal wisdom is gone.
Yeah, it's got a nice little wax seal on it and everything, and you spend all the time plucking it off and opening it up and unfolding the letter, and it just says hi on it.
Mr. Gator stares at it, narrowing his eyes. He holds it up to a light source.
Just in case.
He looks through the paper, through the light to see if he can see anything, and then he turns it over. And then he turns it back over and scratches at the letter with his nail. and then
It's
puts a thumb to
probably
his
some
chin.
good parchment, at least.
You see him just study it, Graya, for about 15 more seconds after he does all that, and then just folds it and puts it into his coat jacket pocket.
Do you need help reading that?
No.
She looks disappointed.
I will say I don't understand it just yet, but I'll have to look at it again later.
Huh. Think it's some kind of secret code?
It's too short for that, but I didn't see anything. Perhaps I need to get lemon.
Are you hungry?
No. But there might be invisible ink.
You mean like magic?
That, too, is also a possibility. Though I can't quite tell.
Yeah, did you know that guy was, some kind of. She puts her fingers up like horns, but she wiggles them.
Devilish, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, wait, is he a demon?
Um, a demon? I don't think so. If I recall, those are chaotic evil outsiders.
Graya squints.
The difference is usually not too important to most people.
Yeah, but I mean, he looks normal most of the time.
Yeah, and so does Abner.
Well, what do you mean?
All right, you weren't there to see that, were you? But suffice it to say, when Garmerum told us what the rats told him, uh, Mr. Abner, Mr. Fairchild caught on fire in not too dissimilar fashion to Garmerum, to Mr. Rum.
So you mean they're both demons?
I don't quite know for Mr. Fairchild. He may be related to an elemental, perhaps, or it could just be a quirk of magic. It's not uncommon, or not impossible, I should say. Having magic in your blood is relatively uncommon, but it's not unheard of.
Uh, okay, well,
Suffice it to say, if they do no harm, then there is not much basis to be too skeptical of them.
I guess. I mean, I don't like judging based on what people look like, because, I look pretty funny. Then you look pretty funny too, so I guess we're just a funny bunch, huh?
Yes. I don't think we can be too picky with who and what we're willing to deal with.
Well, so far the only jerks I've run into are ogres, people, and goblins.
Ah, goblins.
They shot me!
They've caused a lot of harm that I've witnessed. I have to wonder. Wonder if this Master Murloc employs goblins too.
You think maybe they're in some kind of secret necromancer goblin carnival?
Carnival, no. But goblins do make useful stooges. They're quite willing to engage in all sorts of depraved and criminal acts.
Did we ever find that horse?
No, we did not. For all we know, Reese and his horse are long gone.
Well, that kind of sucks.
Sometimes that's how it is in the desert.
Yeah, probably not good for Abner. You know, he was the one who was supposed to be doing that whole
No.
thing, but. So, do we think any of this is going to be, related to the Skelly Man?
How do you mean, the Mr. Scartoli, or
Yeah, like, is this guy gonna. I don't know. Maybe we banged up his goblin buddies and then he's gonna tell on us to this guy who raised those skeletons in the church? Just, it's all really confusing.
it'd be hard for, well, I suppose if they were necromancers, if they found the bodies, they could raise the corpse or speak to the undead. That said, goblins are useful stooges precisely because they are disposable. At least in the eyes of the necromancers that would be hiring them.
When I got off that boat, I didn't think I was going to be getting into so much crime. Well, maybe a little crime, and I'd be doing it, but
I don't think most people intend to choose a life of crime, although some fall in and never try to get out.
well, do you think this means we should go find Garmarum?
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe he can tell us the trick to his secret letter.
Yes, if there is any.
Who would just send a note that says hi?
Mr. Rum, although I would think that he would be put up to it by Atticus.
Well, we can always go ask.
Indeed. Let's do exactly that.
No. Back to the bar. Abner, what was your plans?
He's gonna stop Mr. Rum outside the bar. Remind him that they're not necessarily there to cause too much of a scene, but to quietly persuade some information out of people.
Understandable.
So try to avoid too much issue, as this is also where I think we're currently lodging.
Yes.
So that and standing there menacingly has its effects.
He simply nods. He's changed back to his fine clothes now that they're out of the Undercity. He's like, let's see what we can find out. He's been taking note of like shops and stuff. Ooh, a flip? A coin flip.
Just in case we need that in this one too.
So heads in. Very casual. Probably heads up to the bar and orders a drink and kind of goes to a table and sits down to listen. See if you can scope out anyone who may be a potential candidate.
See, now you're speaking like Atticus. I'm gonna say just give me.
Hand cannon has an icon.
Make an impression and gather information really are kind of like the same thing, aren't they?
Well, make an impression, I think, just like, hey, makes you likable to people.
Yeah, it's like about improving your disposition, I think. Or
We could try both. Um, improve a disposition, and maybe if they like us, they're gonna give us more information.
I don't know if we've identified anyone yet that technically needs to be impressed upon.
Yeah, I will say that. Oh, what is coerce? That's threatening them, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that comes
Uh,
next.
yeah. Garmarum would like to just kind of buy anyone around and make small talk. Say like, "Hey, I'm new here. Could you tell a guy what's what's the news? What's the most interesting thing here? What's fun to do?" It's gonna attempt to make an impression. Do I have any feats? Let me check.
You have lie to me, I think.
Yeah, only lie to me, which is only really for like it's really only for figuring out people who are lying to me, so that doesn't apply here. Yeah, I guess I'll make an impression. That's diplomacy.
Yep.
That's just in general. Does buying people drink give me a circumstance bonus? I'm not sure how those work.
I think that's included in the thing. Um, gather information specifically states that.
like you're already doing that as part of that action.
Yeah.
Sure.
But then make an impression says engage in overtones, flattery, and other acts of goodwill, so it'll probably also be included.
Yeah. Does it say how long it takes? Let's make an impression like a minute, an hour. Let's see. Make an
1 minute.
1 minute.
Sure. Conversation, just someone who looks like they know stuff.
I will say it's mostly dwarves in here because it's the middle of the day.
Makes sense. Oh, here's a diplomacy check.
There are some kobolds, and there
Lord.
are some gnomes. Why don't you both give me a perception?
Here's my perception. It's real bad. Do you want a blind?
No,
Okay, just a regular one then.
it doesn't
Hey.
need to be blind because you don't know what the DC is.
That's true. Oh, no, not that.
I think you can assume that's a fail, though.
Yeah.
Diplomacy's a 28 though. Whatever it is.
Bought a slightly too large a drink.
Well, good news, there's no fail or critical fail
Thank goodness.
on seeking. I guess that makes sense because you either see it or you don't.
Yeah.
Well, Garmarum, the dwarves that you are spending time with, I was about to say spending help with. That's not. Anyways, they seem to have grown on you very quickly, probably because you're paying for their alcohol.
How much do you want me to spend for this? I guess
Probably
for dwarves.
just cheap.
A silver?
Not a
Silver?
pot of coffee or tea.
Ale. How much is ale?
Ale is 1 copper per. I will say there are 3 of them.
3 copper?
Yes, because apparently you can't get a bottle of ale, but you can get a keg.
Oh.
A keg is 2 silver, so it's way more expensive.
Let's see. 3 copper. Coins removed.
And Abner, just looking around, the only people you could think of pressing would be, oh hey, there is 2 kobolds in here. Other than that, it seems like a bunch of laborers. Occasionally, you can see somebody wearing more. I want to say specialized, but that's not the word. More high class clothing. Particularly the gnomes.
The gnomes.
That's why I side-eyed the kobolds, but he's not going to, like, assume that every kobold is part of organized crime.
That's a good non-assumption.
I'll wait to see if Garmer has anything a little less generic.
After making friends with the dwarves, he starts asking for like random information.
I was gonna say, you did ask some things, and I forgot what they were. You said you're new to town, and if there was anything.
Yeah,
Something.
like what's the most interesting thing that's happened? Some weird rumors they might have heard, stuff like that. And what's fun to do in town, I think were the most pertinent ones. Did I say that twice? Oh fuck it. Let's see. Interesting rumors. What's fun to do here? And what's the latest gossip, I guess.
Let's go in order. Oh, well, you been to the Undercity yet? I hear
Yeah.
tales that them kobolds is digging even deeper than they have been before. Hope they don't hit any more gas pockets down there again. And then all the dwarves will start laughing to themselves. And then the one closest to you will slap himself on the knee and then say, that's a little bit of a joke, son. You see, sometimes whenever they dig down too far, they hit into the latrines.
Oh. I get it, gas. He laughs. He's like, but it's one of those things where he's like, this mortal body has functions I did not have as a weird spiritual creature. And I guess it is funny. I also didn't know we had latrines in this city and that deep.
Oh yeah, there's a whole sewer system underneath the place. Don't really want to go down there though, unless you can't smell.
Is that why we need the masks?
No, I don't think that smell can get up that far. Even if it could, the smoke drowns it out anyway.
Makes sense. Make a note of that. They are digging for something. Okay. Do I know what? Do they know what the kobolds are digging for, or they're just digging in general, or are they like just a common workforce, so they just dig?
Well, they say that they're the ones that originally dug out this whole city, but I mean, I guess that could be true, but by now we've got so many people working on it, I don't see how they can lay any claim to it just themselves.
That makes sense to Gumram. Like, okay. He does that Obama face, like,
Isn't he like raising a pint or something in that image?
think so. I think he's just doing the like, not bad face, but nodding. The next one, I guess, is the fun. There for fun.
Well, if you really want some fun, you're gonna have to wait a couple more months. 'Cause that's when the Pie Week is gonna be starting. And all the other dwarves, yeah, Pie Week, yeah.
What's Pie Week?
Oh, that's when all the halflings get together and they call it Pie Week, but really they make just about everything. You should see the little bastards. They may be small, but they can sure eat a whole damn plate or a whole damn table all by themselves.
Is it like some kind of food festival or food contest?
Oh yeah. They bring out all types of stuff, and then they got a big challenge in the middle of the town who sees who can eat the most.
That does sound fun.
It's always fun to see the out-of-towners try to compete and end up just puking it all back up all over the table.
Ah, maybe I'll try it. I've been sickened before. He makes a note of this event. When did they say it was? In a few months?
Yes.
Do they have any more specifics?
Not really, because doesn't fall on the same time every year. It's just whenever they get around to it.
I'll keep an eye out, I guess. And for gossip.
Well, you know the whole town's run by the council, right?
The
What?
Council of what?
Council of Wizards.
Gotcha, wizards. Don't they
I was going to
usually
say Grand
powers?
Wizards, but I'm going to ignore that metaphor.
Whoops.
The High Wizards. There you go.
Hi, wizards. Gotcha.
That's still close.
Thesaurus. Large.
The
Am I
Supreme?
missing? Am I missing anything about wizards? That's why we Grand Wizards.
Well, you see, Grand Wizard is a
Definitely
title
not using that
frequently.
one.
Has some bad associations.
Like elite, maybe.
Elite
The
wizards.
Supreme Wizard.
Supreme wizard.
The
What if you
ambitious
just call them-
wizards, the
what if you call
awe-inspiring
them-
wizards.
What if you call them mages instead of wizards?
How the Grand Mages Council works.
The Premier.
The premier wizards.
The Premier.
They
the
sound
Prime
like-
Wizards.
They sound like socialites.
You know what? The
Foremost
principal wizard sounds good.
The principal wizard sounds good.
Let me type that one.
Inquisitors. I love it.
But yeah, my friend Gertrude, she said that she's seen two of them arguing once in the middle of the council. And don't tell anybody, but she said she seen one of them make the other one piss their pants right there in the floor. And the other
Say
two dwarves start
Gertrude?
giggling.
What was her name?
Gertrude, yes.
Yeah. So a counselor or a wizard named Gertrude made another
Gertrude
wizard.
is his friend that's seen it.
Okay, Gertrude saw a counselor make someone else pee themselves.
One of the wizards making one of the other wizards piss themselves on the floor, yes.
Okay, like with a spell.
Yes, with the smell.
I thought like, damn. Okay. What sorcery would make someone pee themselves? You ever say that out loud? In some amusement. They do sound somewhat childish.
Also, you know what, Garmaram here, have a hero point for
thank
discussing with the dwarves.
It's not super pertinent to our plot. But hey, we got some information. I'm writing them down now, just for everyone. So 1, kobolds are digging deep in the Undercity. 2, for fun. Was it Pi Day? Pi Month? Pi Week?
By week.
Pi Week.
That's the first thing we can add to the calendar, you guys.
Except we don't really know when it's coming up. It's just in a few months' time. Oh yeah, I should spend an extra copper because I bought myself a drink too. Do I learn their names? The dwarf? You don't have to come up with dwarf name. I'll just say I have
I'll do it
their-
anyways.
Yeah, do it. Give me 3 dwarf names.
Well, one of them's gonna be coal, as in the. Is coal a mineral?
COAL.
Yeah,
Is it coal or coal?
It's just carbon.
coal, as in the thing you use to catch fire or feed fires.
Okay,
Yes.
so COAL.
Yeah, it's technically sedimentary rock.
So it is a mineral. And then you get Manfred.
Coal.
And he's got to be
Man.
special with 2 ends.
Manfred.
And then you get Varnook.
Varnook. Okay. Cole Manfred Varnook. I raised my ale, and then I'm like, thank you for the chat, friends. My name's Garmarum. I'll be in town for a while. Let's drink again sometime.
Oh, well, we'll be here every day, same time, right as we get off work.
He kind of tips his hat, raises his almost empty ale, downs it, puts it back at the counter, joins Abner to see what he's found out.
I've found out nothing.
I've wasted time, says Garmarum. But
Because
so he just says, I wasted time, but it felt like a good time.
I'm gonna say if we cut to Abner and he's doing pistol twirls on some group of people, that'd be great.
He's T-posing and pistol twirling.
Not yet.
T twirling to assert dominance.
Given the fact that his current method of investigation failed, he's probably going to head over to the bartender.
That makes sense. The bartender probably know lots of things.
Kind of carefully attempt to get information out of him. He doesn't want to have to find a new place to stay, so.
Mr. Gator,
Yes.
I said this man's name. Do you remember it for 1 hero point?
Shit,
The bartender?
I
Yes.
don't remember.
The first person to remember it gets a hero point.
I don't know this man.
Because I don't know it either.
Is it?
I
is
just
it,
know I said
is
it.
it just Mr. Grimbeard? Is it not? Where is it? The inn or the tavern? Because those are two separate places.
It is the inn owner.
Yeah, because if it's the inn, then that's Grim. That's the Grim Guzzlers. But like, is it
But
not
what's
just owned by Grimbeard?
His name? It's Gary Grimguzzler.
Hold on, let me check my notes. really
Oh no,
quick.
he has notes. It's cheating.
Well, everybody can see them, so. At least the ones he has updated. You just have Grimbeard, so maybe I didn't say his first name.
Yeah, we were talking to the guards when they mentioned, it's like old Grimbeard or whatever.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the notes.
It's
Tons of notes
Gary
about
now. It's Gary Grimbeard.
About Grimbeard. Gramley.
Grandpa Grimbeard.
Grimbeard.
Gaston Grimbeard.
And he's going to head up to the gentleman man running the establishment and kind of order another drink, because that's what you do, and kind of ask him if there's a town this big has got to have some sort of heinous underbelly, and if he's familiar with anything like that. So we know what to look out for, of course.
Well, have you been to the Undercity? It's certainly what I would call an underbelly of sorts.
Been there. Not pleasant. More looking for perhaps individuals who may be troublesome.
That depends on your definition of troublesome.
Maybe people with many connections, large sums of money, back into dealings, that kind of thing.
No, you're describing a lot of people in this town here now.
I don't do coy well, so what do you know of Scartoli?
The Scartoli boys, they've been here longer than the rest of us have. They're one of the founding members, in fact.
Do they have connections to the council?
Oh, of course. The council wasn't even here before the town was built. Figured it was a nice location in the middle of the desert to set up.
Intriguing. You're fairly close to their establishment, geographically speaking. Hopefully not other methods, but do you have people from their establishment visit your place?
Maybe some of the ruffians, yes, but certainly none of the family members themselves. If they're getting something from me, they're ordering it from the back rooms from the old stock.
Say if, surely you have an idea if someone's ordering old stock from you.
Oh, yes.
Let's see.
Last time
Okay.
they got something from me was 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. So they have our own private supplier, I suppose. So these ruffians, how are they when they visit your lovely establishment?
Same as everyone else when they get drunk. Minus the fire breathing, ice breathing, all the rest.
So generally problematic.
I wouldn't say any more problematic than anyone else. It's just their unique anatomy makes it harder to clean up.
Makes sense. I don't know much about kobolds, assuming they are, of course, all kobolds.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a family if they were something else, would they?
So they're all relatives.
That's what they say, at least. I don't know how much of it is figurative or not.
Interesting. Okay. So, how often do these people visit you?
It depends upon the day of the week, really. They seem to come more on the back half of the week.
Intriguing. Would you say they're more put together when they arrive, or perhaps dusty, dilapidated? Manual pipes.
I think the ones that would be doing the digging would be getting drinks on the other side of town, if that's what you're saying.
Okay, so the ones that visit you are a little more clerical.
Yeah, you could say that.
I see. Have you ever had any direct contact with their, I guess, patriarch?
Not unless you count the merchant council meetings. It's not like I can get much of a word in, though. It's much larger people that get their money's worth.
Merchant council meetings. Is that just a gathering of merchants?
Yeah, we find ways to make sure the economy's booming and whatnot. You want any more, and you're gonna have to become a businessman yourself.
I'm not particularly business savvy, so to speak, but I have a couple of people who might be useful for that. So, do you happen to know how one gets an interview with Mr. Scartoli? Let's say not a I walk into a store interview. Say someone wants to join his organization.
Well, yeah. How much coin you got? I don't think you had enough to get his attention.
So he only deals with people who are extraordinarily wealthy.
That and his boys, yep.
I suppose when you have a legion of kobolds, you don't necessarily need a hired muscle. One more question about these individuals. Have there been any rumors or perhaps conversations from his underlings concerning basements or disposals of unwanted merchandise. And like I said, I'm not great at being coy. I think you can understand what I'm asking.
I understand that type of information is what could get your head on a pike, if you know what I mean.
Walls have ears, so to speak. Interesting. Okay. Well, neither of us want our heads on pikes, I'm sure, so thank you for your time. I might be back.
What was that?
I might be back.
Well, don't be starting any fights or anything with any of my patrons.
Oh, I don't intend to for the time being.
If you think a kobold's fire breath is bad, you don't want to see mine, brother.
No, I'll save the altercations for a later date, preferably elsewhere. If you'll do me one favor, though.
Aye?
If you happen to overhear anything that may not necessarily put you in any personal risk, I'd love to know about it.
He will... Let me see if this is a thing in this first. Oh no, I'm blind. There it is. No, that is not a thing in this, but I'm going to make it anyways. He will lift his hand up to his right ear, his right hand up to his right ear, with his palm facing away from you, and scratch his earlobe with his pinky, and then point to his head with his forefinger.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I'll slide him 5 silver. There's, of course, more available should the information that you may not be getting proves useful.
Okay, I'm home.
Hello. Welcome home.
Hey.
No combat has happened yet, so you're right in time, maybe?
Perfect.
And I'll return to the table with Garmram.
He's eating peanuts. Did you find anything useful? Or anything you were looking for?
Not quite what I was looking for, but it's definitely pertinent information that is rather concerning.
This is what I found out. And he just shares. Just so you found out.
I do love a good pie. I've heard chocolate pie is good, although I'm not sure if it's safe.
Chocolate. I don't think I've ever had a pie.
I don't believe you should be eating chocolate pie.
Is it bad for us? I suppose.
I believe it has some hazardous effects, yes.
Noted.
But I do enjoy cherry. That one's also fun.
What are your top 5 pies?
Oh, let's see. I have to go with cherry and then blueberry. Pecan is also quite tasty. After that, we'd go with one that I believe is called pumpkin spice. And then apple.
Puts them in that order. And he's gonna try them. They do say it's not just pies. There might be other things to eat there as well.
Could always go for some good meat.
A meat pie. That's a thing.
It is not quite my thing. I prefer my meat a little more whole.
Like still attached.
Then cooked is fine.
Okay,
Lightly. But
oh, you like it rare.
yes.
I've heard that before.
Very rare. I believe the term I've heard once used is run it over the fire real quick.
Let it look at the oven in terror, then bring it to me.
Yes, there we go.
Same. I found. Though not many share this taste.
No, afraid not.
I hear it's a contest, so there's a prize, I suppose.
Sounds fun. I've never attempted to eat until I cannot eat anymore. Sounds almost hedonistic.
Right? I like it. It's what it means to be mortal, I think.
Open hedonism?
Yes.
I don't know. Immortality should have some limitations placed on it.
So many souls pass by, testing the limits of their mortality. Who can live the fullest? Who can live and burn out the brightest, fastest? It's fascinating.
I don't doubt it. I think what you do with your limitations tends to be a better measure of your mortality than exceeding them. Or ignoring them.
With this, he just kind of like lightly pinches his own arm as if to test it. I don't intend to test the limits of this.
Well, not all of us have multiple forms we take, Mr. Ram.
A good majority do, however, strangely enough.
I've been known to undergo some changes. I would not say they're as dramatic as yours.
What's a little fur and fangs? Maybe horns.
I mean, fur and fangs is something I'm quite used to. Horns would be a new one for me.
I don't think I've met any people with horns. That's why I wear a hat.
Role-wise, horns tend to stand out.
Not that he has horns in his human form. He just wears a hat anyway. Because he likes the horns.
Is there a deer ancestry?
They're I believe the beast folk race, you can be a deer. It's the one where you like the versatile heritage, since you can apply it to any template. So you
Oh,
could be
yeah.
you could be a kitsune and also a deer. Be a kitsune with like antlers. It sounds really neat, actually.
It is rare, though.
Quite rare. Do we have any more business here, Abner? Mr. Abner.
I don't believe so. Did we establish a location to meet our comrades?
Not really, but we are staying here for the night, so we might as well wait here.
Probably a wise idea. Wait here before making our way over to the house. I'll notify the other individuals what I've learned upon their arrival.
Excellent.
Perhaps not in here. That may be
I learned that when you buy people drinks, they talk to you easier.
Alcohol is a great social lubricant.
Lubricant. He has written that down in a notebook. Alcohol is a great social lubricant. He underlines lubricant twice.
Okay, Atticus, they have, what the fuck is the word? They have stalked the jewelry store.
Oh,
What's
Cased?
the word for whenever
Cased.
the cops sit outside of a place all day?
Stakeout.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have staked
Stuck
out
out.
the jewelry store. And the other two went to a bar to get information.
Jewelry store? What are we up to there?
It's where Mr. Scartoli, the kobold mafia boss, operates out of. Or
Oh,
at least is
right.
one of his places.
Right. I forgot we were doing. That's a whole Rats Pack thing, right?
So is there anything
All right.
you would like to have been doing this time?
Has it reached nightfall with the fellers?
It is 1,700 hours right now.
Uh, I might have gone and taken a bit of a looky-loo around for just some general information on the missing persons or anything related to that house we will be investigating later.
That's a good idea. Where would you be going to look this up?
In terms of looking it up, I suppose if there's any sort of burglary, or not a burglary place, a fucking police station, it would just sort of be in the neighborhood of of asking them if I can just sort of know who all got hit. I'd lie about having family in the area or something. See if they're interested in giving me just a little little crumb of information about what all's been going on. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm scared. Is anybody hurt? Can I help? I'm a doctor. Just like the whole gamut, up and down. Yeah. So I guess.
That would be, which one is it? Gather information.
All right.
But also specifically, since it came
Yeah, I just sort of want to get like a general idea for like addresses and stuff. If, yeah. Uh, diplomacy. All right, I'll roll a GM roll, I guess. Don't think anybody has. I don't think there would be any common stuff except for like the newspapers or whatever passes for newspapers around here. That's what I would look up first, and then I'd go to the police.
It
And
would
then I'd
probably be a
like,
big enough town to have newspapers, but it would not get distributed outside of this town, probably.
yay. Just try and see if I can figure out some kind of a pattern or something to all of this, or if it's just random house, random house, random house. No connections of any form between the people involved.
Well, the good news is, I don't remember when we started this, but I remember speaking something at 3 p.m. So even if it was 3 p.m., with this takes 2 hours and the other one takes 1d4 hours. So even if you combine those, that's 6 hours. So unless you get the maximal roll, you could do both of them before you have to be at the house.
But both of them? Both of what?
Gathering information from talking to people and looking in newspapers.
Oh, excellent. So just run another gather information.
It would be recall knowledge.
Okay. I guess that would be under downtime. No.
In this case, it would probably be recall knowledge society.
I'm just looking for that action. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, let's see how long it takes first. Okay, you will have exactly enough time to get to the house afterwards.
Oh, I just doubled up on it.
Yep, local history, so that would be society, yep.
So, make a society roll.
Yes, and it is hidden. What does the gather information say specifically? Oh, okay, it's just success or crit fail, okay. Well, the people that you ask around for specifically, that one isn't hidden, by the way, so here you go. I can reveal to everyone that you got an 11. Oh wait, it is secret, oh well.
Oh, no. Either way, not too
There's
great.
no failure on it anyway, there's only a crit failure, so... The people have heard what you're talking about, but they haven't gotten any other information on it, other than the guards are looking into it. Do not worry, citizen. Something is being done about it.
Yeah. Probably not a very sociable part of town in the first place, otherwise there'd be a whole lot more problems. Alright, well, that being the case, then I haven't really found diddly shit.
The newspapers would then, they would give you, Probably the stuff I've already said, where the people have seemingly been mauled by something. It's always been in the middle of night. Nobody has heard anything. Their buildings have been broken into, usually windows.
All right.
And I would say, other than that, there isn't really any like matching things between all the cases. The citizens that have been attacked have been in the residential quarter of town in the bottom left quadrant, so they can narrow it down to that area, but not a... It's not like they're going after specific people, it's just random.
Okay. So then that's
Wow.
what we got.
Everyone else, is there any last things you'd like to do in like 2 hours time?
I can't think of anything particularly interesting that can't wait.
You know what, Atticus, have a hero point for bringing newspapers into my world.
Yay! I invented movable type. Except I didn't invent it. Kind of.
Printing press was around
Strange.
since the mid 1400s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
When was the printing press created, though?
Like the actual printing press?
Yes.
Like if you're talking about the Western variant of it. Johannes Gutenberg, around 1436. But woodblock printing has been around much longer than that.
By the mid 17th century, the first printing presses arrived in colonial America in response to the increasing demand for Bibles and other religious literature. I forgot about that part of it.
I was going to say literacy, I don't think became widespread until schools became a common thing. And that didn't happen until like late 1800s or like mid 1800s, I think. Again, going by American history.
The sharp increase in literacy broke the monopoly of the literate elite on education and learning and bolstered an emerging middle class. Okay, well, it sounds like you guys want to advance 2 hours. Hey, look, it does the nighttime by itself.
Dang.
Is that going to help us or hurt us?
Night is apparently at 7 p.m. in this clock thing. I figured it'd be at 6, but okay. Oh wait, I'm just dumb, aren't I? 1900 hours is 7 p.m., isn't
Yeah, 19 to 7.
it? Needs to be one forward. There you go.
Ta-da!
It didn't change the other maps, by the way. Okay, wait. It did on the observer screen, but not on mine. That's interesting.
Is it because you are master of the dungeon?
No, it's just fucked.
Oh.
Just fuck.
And then you guys loaded in, and immediately your dark vision turned on, and the map is lit up. Map is lit up.
We did it.
Yay, dark vision.
Need
Or
the light cantrip.
I can't see shit, Captain. Okay, I can see a little bit, but just a little bit of light coming from the window.
I'm adding some now.
Okay.
There should be lighting in this hallway, but it's going to be not that, because it's going to be so high up that it will not have bright light. It's basically on the ceiling. And it is specifically crystals that are built into the ceiling that only light up the streets, the main streets.
Fancy.
Part of the reason they are so dim is because there's fucking smoke up there and it's having to go through it.
So you guys were down here before, right?
We took a little look around.
Yep. We have a mask. Do you
Yes.
have a mask, right? Get you a mask.
I don't think we need that. This is like the middle class zone.
Oh, it should be fine then.
Well, there you have it. Oh, there should be a light over there too. How bright you think a candle would be?
A candle?
Yep.
Depends
Like-
on-
Historically, it's been like dim light, but only in like the 5-foot adjacency.
But remember, the brightness of a light source depends also on how dark the world around it is and how adjusted your eyes are to letting in more light.
You know, they never take into account the fact that, like, sure, a torch gives off like 40-foot bright or dim light or whatever. But let's imagine you're in an underground tunnel. You light up a torch, and something 500 feet down the tunnel can see you.
That is also true, is that line of sight lets you see.
Anything that you can see you.
And many things that you can't see can also see you.
But do they know that everything the light touches is our kingdom?
Maybe. Anyways, is the door already open?
It is open, yes.
Did any of us open it? Did the
No, but they
nobles
would
greet us?
they would have been waiting for you.
Oh, okay.
In fact, if somebody would take one step forward, I bet you'd be able to see him in there.
Alright.
Okay, it was a couple
Trouncing
steps
on it.
forward.
Farging in. Alright. Let us watch you sleep.
They're both sitting together reading two separate books because they're giga nerds.
Oh, how wholesome.
I mean, they got the time for it. Didn't invent the TV yet.
I could have gave him a Bandalore so they could just be playing with a yo-yo the entire time. You come in, hey guys, look at this sick trick.
Bandle?
Well, now that you guys are here, we're gonna call it a night. And we're going to... I guess they also don't have vision, so I can't see the door to open it when I have them selected. Atticus, can you see the door from there?
There is no door up there.
Okay. Yeah, it's just because they don't have vision then.
No, there is no door.
Yep. Because there's no light. I bet if I drag the light over here. Boom, there you go. Now there's a door. Oh well, you don't need to see a door to walk in. They're going to keep this door locked. And then you guys can go about whatever it is you planned on doing.
I must object.
Yes?
I must watch you sleep.
For what purpose?
Because if
Next,
you're locked in there, and in the morning we open this door, or more importantly, you just don't come out, we'll have done a very bad job keeping you safe.
Atticus, give me a diplomacy.
This one will be hard.
I hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep.
I am at the foot of your bed, watching you sleep.
You know what?
You are safe.
This seems pretty reasonable. He is a doctor, after all.
Oh my god! Fucking A, three-way. Let's go.
Okay, I actually do have to put a light in here just so I can fucking see them while I'm moving their tokens.
With the fucking plague mask on.
Oh yeah, just standing stock still, like near the foot of the bed, just looking over them.
Just a steady, hollow, plasticky breathing.
Yep.
Does he even breathe?
You know, Sherry, I have heard of this thing called sleep studies.
ASMR.
This
Darth Vader over here.
ASMR right now.
This must be one of them their sleep studies I've heard so much about.
Yep.
Recommend lighting the fireplace.
Not before we pull the carpet out.
Well, they have the
5
candelabra. They have the candelabra on above you. Not candelabra, chandelier.
No, okay. Well, so find a chair then.
Yeah, Graya just like folds her arms and leans next to the door.
Mr. Gator will take a seat.
They think they're haunted. Does the haunting come from inside the house?
I imagine.
Well, that's what they explained, yes.
Yes.
I'm going to flip the table to make cover.
What are you gonna do with the
Not
cards
even gonna-
and the candle that's on top?
I was going to say,
The what?
not even bother taking them off. Just flip
Oh.
the table.
No. The candle I'm going to move on to the stove since it's probably metal. Don't have to worry about the fire.
True.
And the what else is on there?
Cards. Garmrum's name is in the way. There you go.
Piano. Just set them on top of the piano. Maybe shuffle them a couple times. Try and do some card tricks first.
They're divination cards, by the way.
Oh, creepy. Okay.
Oh, what's the divine on it? They pulled like the tower, the death, and the and the chicken bone card.
You get
Chicken bone.
illusion. Because I looked up divination cards, and that's the first one I seen on Google Images.
So be it.
I like how I look it up, like to see what the meanings are from it, and I get fucking nothing. It's almost like it's bullshit and it's all made up and the points don't matter.
Just like my favorite game.
I honestly don't even think I've heard of Illusion as a tarot card, so.
Well, it
It
wasn't
is-
tarot, it's divination card,
Yeah.
which is much more vague.
It's
Oh.
XVIII, so 18.
I suppose that's fitting for a haunted house.
The 18th Arcana, that's the moon.
The moon makes a lot more sense because that's one I've heard of. Okay, so besides flipping the table, which way do you want to flip the table, by the way?
There's no windows in the kitchen, right? Aside from that one.
No.
Okay. And does that one have like shutters?
It does.
We are closing the shutters, flipping the table to where the flat side faces the rest of the building.
It's like that.
Pushed forward a little bit more towards the wood flooring, though. Yeah.
Okay, so besides that, what's the plan?
Well, it doesn't really seem to matter whether, we guard the entrances and exits if they're ghosts. But Graya will make sure to guard like the one entrance and exit to the house.
I think if nothing else, perhaps Mr. Garmram could be detecting magic while we wait.
Yep.
And
Well-
then,
Remember what happened last time?
well, yes, but
Yeah.
if a stronger magic
Yeah, just in
effect
case.
enters, then
I
it
don't
would
think
change.
he has that yet.
No.
Uh,
I'm thinking of switching something to read aura. Later. I don't know.
it takes like a minute though.
Yee.
Yeah, he doesn't get the highest level effect until level 5.
Spell level 5? Because if so,
Yeah.
that means you don't get until level 10.
So spell
Yep.
level 3, player level 5.
Gotcha.
Fair enough. Can I downtime switch one of my cantrips out? So I realize I don't use combat cantrips very often. I usually just hit things.
Well, that'll be more useful. Well, you could always hit something and then do a cantrip that is a DC, and then it wouldn't have map on it.
Yeah, I don't really have any DC cantrips is the thing.
Is that not what Chill Touch is?
No,
or is
that's
it an
an
attack.
That's an attack, I think. No, I think. Oh no, it is a save.
Yeah,
So
it's a
I
save.
could attack and then save. That's right. I'll hold on to this just in case. Just in case. Thing is, I also usually use a two-handed weapon. Well, yeah, I think it works because I don't have to hold the weapon with two hands all the time.
I think there is actually rules where like you don't have to wield a weapon with two hands.
You just
but,
when you're hitting, you have to wield it with two hands.
well, you have to use like an interact action to start
Yeah, I
using it two-handed
know.
again.
Magus specifically has a thing for the staff version where you can switch your grip on it, and it takes interact action to go from lower damage to higher damage.
Yeah, but changing grip here seems to be a free action. Based on the
That's what I would
thing.
assume. Let's find out.
Yeah, at least based on the icons on the actions. It says change grip.
with two-handed weapons.
Yeah, it's the same as dropping it. Change grip to one hand.
The somatic component is a specific hand movement or gesture, blah blah blah. You can use this component while you are holding something in your hand, but not if you are restrained or otherwise unable to gesture freely.
Okay. That makes a sense.
So now, what's the plan?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of chill, detect magic. I am making sandwiches.
I think Mr. Gator will just keep an eye and an ear out while he sits and watches.
It's probably gonna be a really bad sandwich. I'm not experienced with food at all.
Do you have crafting?
No. I'm also not very intelligent.
Just give me a crafting list, see how bad it is.
It's gonna be terrible. I'm making everyone some late night snacks. Crafting.
Let's have a
Plus
10
0.
DC for it to be acceptable. There you
Oh!
go.
It's slightly better than the 10, I guess. The baked bean sandwich is okay.
Beans on toast.
Yeah, beans on toast. It's probably not lighting stove, so I was asking Abner if he can make some fire. Can he cook stuff on top of his head?
That maybe not at the moment. Don't want to draw too much attention to our position.
Exploration actions. Does anybody want anything specific, or are you just going to be listening, which is nothing, I'm pretty sure.
Probably avoiding notice.
I don't think so specifically for Graya.
Making beans on toast? Should I use the crafting for my perception when we roll initiative?
Only if the toast is helping, you see.
Not super. At some point, Mr. Rum just brings a bunch of toast and beans out.
Oh, I guess seeking would be or searching would be the perception action, wouldn't it?
Oh, probably, yeah. Might as well. He cannot hide, because look at this. Look at this shit. It's -1 stealth. Oh my god.
Well,
That's the second fucking nat 20 I've rolled today. It's ridiculous.
How does ACP work in this again? Do you lower it by
ACP?
1, or you just delete it?
Which?
The armor check penalty.
Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't have an armor check penalty because I meet the strength requirement.
Is it counted as noisy? It is noisy.
Oh, that's probably yeah. It's noisy. That's why there's a -1.
So if you
Save
had
up.
like a breastplate, you would actually not have a penalty to sneaking at all.
Oh, that's true. It'd still be a 0 though, mind you.
That's what follow the leaders for.
Oh, that's true. Is any one of us here an expert in stealth?
I'm trained in stealth. I
Yeah,
technically have a +6.
That's cool. It requires you to be an expert to follow the expert.
Oh,
The person you're following has to be an expert. I don't know if anyone here is an
not.
expert in stealth.
Not really.
Okay, well, that'll come in handy later when someone is an expert.
Later.
A
reminder, trying house rule for, what's it called? Assisting,
Aid?
Aid action, yes.
Button?
It will be equal to 10 plus the... Or no, not even that. It'll just be the DC. You just have to beat the DC, not 20. That way you can actually use it early. And later it'll be basically the same.
So to help someone, you also have to beat the DC?
Yeah, so if something has like 15 armor, and you want to help them to hit, you will only have to beat a 15 instead of a 20.
Okay.
That way you will actually use aid whenever you actually benefit from it the most, which is early levels.
That makes sense.
Other than that, Graya is just sitting at the door waiting.
Yes.
And then Alex is investigating.
Garmram is apparently stealthily
I want
making
that.
toasted beans.
I want that fast recall knowledge check for the first thing that happens.
And then Abner is avoiding notice. What about Atticus? What are you doing?
Avoiding notice. I'm just gonna be standing in their bedroom watching them. So
Medicine checks, I guess? Oh.
I think you would want to do search then?
yeah, that seems about right. Not stealth. It's an action, right?
It would either be search or investigate, I think. Because you're not treating their wounds because they're not harmed.
Let me double check my potions and stuff. No particularly interesting chemistries I can have here.
Oh, you haven't got arsenic yet to put it down their throat while they're sleeping.
No, I'm just making. I was just seeing if there was any particularly good like traps or light glowing things that I could make.
Tinder twig? Yeah. Tinder twig or
Okay.
sunrod?
I just punched that a couple of times.
Oh, the
That's
tinder
not
twig is for
good.
starting fires. You definitely don't want that. You want the sunrod.
Sorry, which one do I hit in order to actually do that investigate? any
It's
skill that has-
actions, exploration.
No, I've clicked it. It's there. You can use any skill that has a recall knowledge action while investigating. The GM determines if the skill is relevant to the clues you could find.
It basically means if something pops up throughout the night, you will get to use recall knowledge on it, as opposed to not being able to do that at all.
Okay. Do I roll anything here? Or?
Not until we get to it.
Okay.
Here, let me give you that light, though. So you're sitting in their room with basically a torch in your hand. I really should have put a chandelier or a candle or something in their room, but they currently have no light in there at all.
And who sleeps with a candle on?
Well, I would think you would want at least the little candle holder thing, so you can have one to walk around the house with at night.
Yeah. If you have to like use the bathroom at night or something, or the chamber pot.
If I'm not mistaken, it was actually fairly common practice, like through Victorian times, to have like a little tinder box with a lit ember. So if you had to get up in the middle of the night, you weren't trying to fucking like strike flint to light a candle. Did everyone die?
No,
Nope.
I'm still here, and I can
Right
still
here.
hear you. There's not much that I'm going to be doing except leaning against the doorway, trying not to sleep, and keeping an eye out on these fellers.
Would you like for time to begin advancing now?
They just have a back door. I'm definitely going to make
It's a
sure
window.
that thing is locked. Oh, okay.
I'm fine with time advancing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the time have started to move.
Ooh, spooky music. I think Atticus is probably the one in the most danger here of being isolated.
It'd be
He's fine.
You know what? I was gonna say it would be neat if you could have the door, like be cracked or something. But I guess I could just do this, and then do this. Time advance. 1 hour. As far as you know, nothing has happened.
Hmm.
The time is now 9 p.m. Let's see. I think everybody is going to hear this unless Atticus is bad. No. Okay. Everyone proceeds to hear from outside. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Clowns.
Eh? Yeah, I mean, that's not creepy at all.
Is there a location it's more coming from, or is it all around the house?
It's coming from the front here. I don't know if that was visible. Can you see whenever I ping outside of your vision?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. It comes from this part of the house first, and then travels along this side, and then the back, and
Okay,
then back around to
absolutely.
this side.
Keeping an eye on that window there. Now that I don't have to worry about it crawling up from the floorboards. I stand stock still in the middle of the room, staring out the window.
So it's on the right side of the house. It hasn't made its way elsewhere yet.
Atticus, as you walk deeper into the room, you can hear it coming back around this way, and then up to the window where it stops.
I ain't gonna make a sound. I'm doing nothing. I want whatever this is to not think that I'm here. I'm just a very ugly mannequin. It's either going to creep under the window or it's going to walk past it eventually. I hope, I think. Oh, yeah, and also, actions. Let me unsheet that. There. Alright, there we go.
Pulling out the nightstick.
Also raise the shield. Alright, that's me, so.
Okay, gotta read a thing. Read a thing. I read the thing. Atticus, you can hear from directly behind you speak into your left ear. Oh, who is this? Who are thee? Have you come to answer my plea?
Squadla and Shally She, I'm the good doctor. Who this be? That is a question asking them who they be.
I love how your first response is to rhyme back at them.
It's a rap battle.
Shit, they're rapping at each other.
Well, it is I,
Spontaneously.
myself, and me. Why don't you come to the window and see your glee?
Can anybody else hear that, or is it just Atticus?
Let's see. Everyone else can hear this, yes.
Okay. Can I try to recall knowledge on what would whisper and proposition somebody like this?
Yes,
Would start rhyming at your ear.
In this house is glee enough for me. Why not come out? Come see me.
Mr. Gator cannot think of anything that would happen to be rhyming in the middle of a town at people. Besides,
Graya just
perhaps some type of sick freak.
Graya just raises an eyebrow, like, is he rhyming in there?
Yes, he is.
Alex, right next to the door, where it's slightly cracked open, so like right there, you can hear the voice say there. Oh fuck, I lost it.
You
No,
lost
no,
the
no,
rhyme.
it is you who will go. For it is not me you will overthrow.
Uh,
Mr. Gator stares blankly into space.
um, I'm gonna put my nightstick back away and pull out a blight bomb and creep up to the window with my shield raised, ready to just completely obscure the window if anything comes at me. All right, little creature, what will it be? Uh, fuck.
Are you refusing to play with me?
I just look back up. Are you refusing to play with me? I offered your rhyme. Yeah, all that was in character.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You saved me.
Imagine everyone like participating in a rap battle and we're just offering words.
Balls. They needed action, but
Invite them to a frixie.
okay. So it is this. That's unfortunate. Atticus, you can hear some shuffling outside the window as the window is pulled open, and you see a tiny man wearing all green reach out and grab the bomb from your hand and say, "No, no, you will not get the best of me."
Okay. Are we rolling initiative now?
I guess so, yes.
Cool. Because my immediate reaction will be to draw and throw the other bombs that I
That's a good idea.
which I can do as one action.
My response is to throw bombs.
Yeah.
Ah, God.
All right. How do I roll this? There we go.
Make sure to add yourself using the sword and shield icon to the combat tracker before rolling initiative.
Thank you. Oh, I think I might. Am I on the combat? Yes. All right. And we just roll stealth, I guess. Or, no.
It depends on what you were doing prior to it happening. So if you can convince me that you can use a stealth, then yes. To use a stealth, rather.
Oof, that's bad.
Can I use crafting? Because I was fully ready to throw the bomb at him.
I will give you that one, yes.
All right.
That's pretty good.
All right. Reduce the number of bombs I have in my hands. My nightstick is no longer out, but my blight bomb is. And
It's a pumpkin.
with my shield up at the ready, I'm just gonna throw it right the fuck at him. Just bam. Ah. Wow.
By 2.
Pretty good. You do splash yourself, however.
That's fine. That's 1 poison splash damage on myself. So I just take 1 point of damage, I think?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take that. Or would the shield block that at all?
You can choose to block it if you want.
Then we're
But I
gonna.
think that would take up your reaction for anything he might do.
It would,
though.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Not
Then
like
yeah.
you really have a reaction otherwise, though.
All right. So yes, drawing and throwing the bomb is 1 action. How many more do I got in my pocket here? Because he stole 1 right out of my hand.
He did.
That's all of them actually. Fuck. Well, that's all of the blight bombs. However, where the fuck did it go? Didn't we have a couple of incendiary bombs sitting around somewhere? Or what happened to
Alchemist
those?
fires, yeah. I think the blight bombs were permanent, and the alchemist fires only lasted 24 hours, which is why they're gone.
Okay. Well, I'm out of blight bombs then. And
Still got 2 actions.
well, given that my hand is now empty, I'm going to just draw my nightstick again. And then try and make another attack. If I can reach out the window, of course.
I'd say you can, yeah.
So I don't really sheath it because I don't have that, but draw and still targeted. No, he's not.
Map -4 is the thing agile? Yeah, okay.
It is agile, yes. Missed by -4. All right, that's my go. What silly little thing did this motherfucker say to me? Something about not getting the best of him?
Yes.
Yeah, he's like, tee hee hee, you won't get the best of me, and then stole your bomb.
He's going to pocket that with 1 hand.
Oh no, he pocketed your bomb.
Right, I should have tried to set it off manually.
And then he's going to say, "Do not worry, do not cry.
Very soon you will die."
For it will take more than that to make me die."
That can be arranged. Is there still some fart gas wafting off of him?
Did it automatically subtract that? Did anybody pay attention?
He rolled DC 15 with a 2.
So far he's taken 5 and 1. So that would be... Okay, he did not take that. Subtract. Garmerum.
Right. He's in that room, yeah? Something like that.
He's in the back alley, I will yell.
Is this an exit? Or window?
It's a window. So I guess it could be an exit if you open it up.
Is it big enough to climb out of?
How tall are you again?
In this
If you're
form,
7
like,
foot, it would probably be hard.
No. I'm like 6. I'm 7 in like big old demon form.
Does changing your shape actually change your size, or is it just illusory?
I have no fucking I think it's physical. Yeah, I think Kitsunas are physical. We can say though, for the purpose that I'm always 7 feet, and just like the 6 feet human form is a flavor. So I probably wouldn't fit. I'm also jacked even in human form, so probably not fit through the window.
It'd probably be hard to fit through the window.
Yeah.
You'd probably
Yeah,
have to
he's just good.
squeeze.
Yeah, let's see how far he can move actually. My movement speed is 30 feet. Let's see. How do I measure?
I bet they're really grateful about letting me watch them sleep now.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, like, what is the dwarf couple doing in
That was
all
a good
this?
call.
They have not awakened.
Wow. Heavy sleepers, huh?
I was gonna say, exploding, like 2 exploding bombs in this awkward conversation with
Yeah.
Limerick battle.
There might be magics afoot.
It could be, yeah. In like with 2 actions, he can make his way here. Is the door open or closed?
Currently closed.
Yeah, is it locked? Did
Not
we know?
unless you guys locked it.
I don't think we did. Did we lock it?
I didn't say as such.
Okay. He's gonna use 1 action, his last action, to open the door, and that's all he can do for now.
Graya is Graya.
Yeah,
Yes.
Gray just got back.
Okay, so I'm guessing that we don't have any other windows other than the ones here in the front, so we've got to hustle it around the side.
Yeah, I opened the door. I'm not fitting through a window.
Negrai is like 6'5", although she is like monkey flexible.
Yeah, she's flexible and also like I don't know. She's strong though.
Let's see.
Wiry.
Well, I guess I'm just going to. I mean, I'm also fast, so
Go. You can do it.
We can't make it if we try.
what's the key to go? Like when you're holding control, you then do
Space.
what?
It's going to say you interact with a wall, though, because you need to do each individual one.
You'd have to plot out the movement by control clicking and then hitting space at the end.
All right, Graya's going to spend 3 actions pushing past Garmerum and heading around the side of this side of the house. And she will shout, "I'll go around this side. You guys go the other way." Fading into the distance due to the Doppler effect.
Abner.
Okay. If Garmin can't fit through a window, I will probably have some issues with it. So, I'm sorry, I had a small attack of coughing.
Oh no, survive.
Where are the noises originating from currently? Are they still in the bedroom? Okay. I can't really Kool-Aid man my way through the wall, so
It's stone, so probably not.
yes, I will do this the slow way.
That would have been a good time to have bought some silencers.
I didn't know those were an option. Okay. For the future, I'll remember that.
I think Atticus has one because he was going to dismantle it.
I'm carrying it right now, but yeah, the eventual plan was to dismantle it to learn the blueprint so we can craft as many of them as we want.
Nifty. Okay.
It takes does it take a minute or an hour to put on? It takes 1 minute to put it on, and it's used up after one shot. So you basically get one per combat per gun.
That's why you get a bracer full of pistols.
With silencers on them. You have to get a bracer full of +1 silenced pistols.
Okay, I messed up the click thing. That was 25, but I get 10 free, so 15. Assuming I didn't have to do weird stuff with the table.
Vault it, maybe.
Yeah, I don't. That is a dumb question.
What was that?
In order to get over there, am I gonna have to jump over the table or?
It'll be the same movement either way.
Okay.
Just when you go around, you can do a diagonal that'll still move you forward one. So.
Okay. So we go there, and then. Move over by the fireplace. Kind of gives me view inside, and then we will. Let's see. Can I backtrack that slightly and use one action to sneak and then the final action to move?
You would have to hide before you sneak.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Is there a place to hide over here that's not inside the fireplace?
Technically, you are behind cover where you wouldn't be able to see because the door is slightly ajar. So you could hide anyway.
Okay, so I will take hide as my current action, or my final action. I need to roll a stealth check on that, don't I?
Yep.
Hidden?
Yep.
Okay. Find it here. Okay, and I guess that takes care of that.
Alex.
Yeah, I don't see much reason not to just go in there.
And let me just count this door is opened.
Nothing, huh? Let's what's the action?
Seek,
Yeah.
cone, or burst.
Let's I don't see any reason not to do the burst.
Secret perception. you go, Mr. Gator.
There
He
he
is
is.
still considered concealed, I think. Yes, they're still hidden, in fact. So if you would like to attack them, you have a 50% chance of missing.
Just happen to know which square they're on, right?
Yep.
There's not a whole lot I can do with only one action. I guess I'll do shield.
Atticus again.
Yeah.
You cannot see him.
Oh. I have no further bombs.
Your crafting ingredients should be reset, though, if you want to quick craft them.
Oh, right. Crafting. Yeah, that was part of my dailies. But we'll quick craft another one, which I think is just one bomb.
Yeah, it's just one.
For the sake of variety, though, Alchemist's Fire. Wow, I sure do craft that. And is there any sort of action to search or identify
Seek,
him?
yes.
Yes, it'd be seek.
Okay, because I'm gonna do that before I just throw a firebomb because I don't want to waste it.
It is
And
a
the quick
hidden
craft is just one
perception.
action.
It is, yes.
Hidden roll on perception. All right.
You do not perceive hide nor hair of this shitty little fuck.
Fuck. I can't see him at all.
You cannot. He is undetected.
That is what I was afraid of. I think all I can really do is just prepare and keep this window blocked so that I'm at least aware of what'll happen if he tries to get through or past me. Right now, that's his point into this room, and I'm, protecting people. Is there some kind of action I can prepare? Crawl command, raise a shield. Shield's already up. First air, avert gaze.
Don't you have to re-raise the shield every round?
Yes.
Oh, well then, there we go.
And then you can drag the effect raise a shield onto yourself.
Just on my token?
Yep.
Cool.
Now you have 2 higher AC.
Alright, that's me. I made a bomb, tried to find him, brought up my shield. Alright, well, whoever goes next.
It is the leprechaun.
Ah,
Hidden movement.
XCOM 2 enemy turn sound effect. I ain't letting this little shit slip past me.
Man, why do all spells have to be balanced and cost 2+ actions? How dare they?
You just gotta get a funny little class feat that lets you do it as a one action.
Atticus from behind you and Mr. Gator from in front of you. You can hear a voice that sounds much deeper from before and much more demonic. Say, something that I will come up with very shortly in my brain hole.
How dare thee interrupt me?
If I may be so bold, I would say between the lot of you, you have a half-pence of gold. That's some damage. Actually, wait a second. How does... You take an action to effectively put out persistent damage, right? And then it lowers it from 15 to 10.
No, it's just automatic. It rolls the save at the start of your turn.
I thought you could spend an action to get rid of it faster.
That's for sickened. I don't know if you can just remove poison unless you use like medicine or a spell.
I'll find out in 15 years whenever it loads.
I was going to say, yeah, for sickened, you can spend a turn heaving and coughing.
Induce vomiting.
Yeah, but for poison.
Oh, it
it's
takes 2
different.
actions.
Oh, 2 actions.
It's 2 actions, and it lets you attempt an extra flak check immediately, but only once per round.
Gotcha.
You may reduce it to 10, but it's not necessarily required. May require a skill check or another roll. Automatically end the condition due to the type of help, such as healing that restores you to max HP to end a persistent bleed damage, or submerging yourself in a lake to end persistent fire damage. After the number of actions required to help you, or alter the number of action it requires to help you if the helper uses it especially efficient or remarkably efficient. So standard is 2 actions to get another check immediately. Otherwise, everything else is additional. Garmarum.
Good to know. Do I hear something in the room?
I would say even without a check, no, not anymore.
So it's not in the room anymore.
You would hear the demonic voice, and that's it.
Cool. But there's a demonic voice in the room.
Yes.
Okay. That's gonna be kind of weird.
Yes. Sorry, I just remembered something. That's
Mhm.
all right.
Yes.
Wasn't there supposed to be a recall knowledge check about this or something?
Oh, you're correct.
Oh.
Give me whatever you think would be the most relevant.
I think the most relevant would be arcane, I think.
And then if you're like Alex, you can fail. And it didn't matter this the whole time anyways. Yes, you also cannot think of any creatures that would be rhyming aggressively at people inside the middle of a large city.
Other than myself, of course.
Yes. So now, Garmarum.
Right. There's a demonic voice in that room. So he's like, are you a true demon? Sturdy gets me here.
I thought I turned off the double diagonals.
Oh, does it?
I forgot what that's under right now, so I guess I'll deal with it later.
Yeah, I'm in here currently. Can I do, I guess, a perception check on that voice?
Cone or burst?
Burst! How big is the burst?
15.
Yeah,
If you
starting
click
on...
on the burst effect from the seek action, it'll make a template for you.
Cool, where is the seek action? Seek, 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 seek.
So, question while that's being looked up. Do I lose track of the creature the moment it moves, or
Only because it's obscured by a wall. You see it go to the right, though?
okay.
This, I guess.
And give me a secret perception.
Secret perception. I'm gonna use a hero point on that. So it has fortune? I think you roll twice.
Yeah. You perceive there to be nothing in the area.
There's nothing here. That's my turn. That's all 3 actions.
Graya.
Let's see. Okay, so at the very minimum, I need to use an action to get here.
Yep.
And then to perceive down the alleyway. I guess
do
I'll.
a cone or a burst.
I guess I'm gonna do the cone. Is that very other? Many places it could be.
The cone is also 30 foot, so it probably reaches almost all the way down.
And secret, right?
Yep. Okay, it doesn't go that far. Either way,
Actually, yeah.
you also perceive there to be nothing in this area.
All right. Hey, guys, where did it go? And
I don't know.
I can just hold my action, right? Like I'm gonna hold an action where if I see something like an enemy creature, I'm gonna punch it.
That would be delay. Oops. Oh, you can only do that on the beginning of your turn. Never mind. What's the other one then?
Oh. I mean, trigger?
You could prepare to aid somebody.
What?
Yeah, whenever
There-
you aid, you spend an action to then get a reaction to help somebody else.
I think there's a prepared action thing where you expend 2 of your actions to
That may be what aid is.
Okay, how about
to reaction
instead?
attack something, for example.
You know what? Entering mountain stance would probably be a
Yeah.
good idea.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go into my stance.
Abner,
So there was only, I mean, it changed slightly during the course of this, but only one voice total. Just had 2 different tones.
correct.
Okay, so there's not another one of these things creeping around outside, theoretically. I hate to leave the front door wide open. I'm going to assume it's going to take an action to close the door.
Yeah.
Interact.
Okay. Probably another action to lock said door. Um,
I will say yes only because I know unlocking a door takes an action.
okay. Locking the door may actually be a bad idea, and if like something catches on fire and we need to run out. But
Fair.
I'm not sure why that's going from 20 to 30 feet, but okay.
It's counting doubles because it's diagonals.
Yeah, okay.
I thought I had that turned off, but apparently not.
I'm gonna go there. As one action. There as 2. And I guess I will do a seek as 3.
Cone
I'm-
or burst.
I'm going cone. Is that, I don't, wait, hold on. I didn't mean to place that yet.
You can select it and hold shift and then mouse wheel to turn it. Unless it just doesn't work for you at all.
Yeah, it will not let me select the thing.
I assume you want it here, right?
Can I angle it a little bit more so it kind of hits the whole room? Yeah, more like that. Okay, and because I foolishly closed my character sheet.
Trying to wiggle it around to see how much I can get. I think this is the best. This is the best.
Okay, so it's perception or
Yes, hidden perception.
okay.
You as well cannot sense anything in the area that you can't already see.
I'm gonna betcha it's gone or hiding under the bed. That's all my turns.
So while everybody else is looking around the bedroom, question for Dub. Moving through the window, can I just open it as part of the move, or?
Well, it's already open.
Oh, yeah, okay. It won't let me move through. It says it's a wall.
Let me fix that for you. There you go.
Ah, shit. I can't see. It's dark.
You can see over here, though, right?
Yes. All right, that was 15 feet of movement.
You still have more unless you want to do something in between.
Mr. Gator will try to move to the right.
In the darkness.
Yes, in the darkness of Shadow Moses. I'm presuming I didn't bump into anything.
Not yet.
All right.
Graia sees you slowly approaching, fumbling in the darkness.
I'm right ahead of you, Mr. Gator.
I want to use a torch. And then
Igniting the torch 10 feet away from someone with dark vision.
all he will say is it ran this way as he does another seek action.
You cannot see around the corner, obviously. But you can hear what appears to be footsteps constantly shuffling back and forth. This is going to be with your ear holes, so it's imprecise.
And I imagine that's 3 actions, so.
And imprecise is that they are hidden instead of observed, yes. So he is hidden to you still, which he would be anyways because he's invisible.
Yep.
Atticus.
Yes. What's up?
They have still found nothing.
That's inconvenient.
The citizens are still asleep. Despite 4 people being in their room.
I think that they might be magically influenced just on a suggestion. Just gonna send you a quick message here. All right. appropriate things to do. Still can't find him. Is there a way that I can aid or keep looking in a way that will break this invisibility? Because I can't do shit if I can't see him.
Neither can anyone else, and that's the current predicament, basically. You can seek, and if you beat his stealth DC, he is then hidden to you instead of undetected. That means you just know the square he is in, but you still can't see them. So if you try to attack him, it'll be a 50% chance to miss.
Alright, seeking. Where is that? Under actions, encounter. PQR.
Speaking of which, Mr. Gator, remember there is a point out option.
Yeah, I was hoping to see him, but I can't, so.
Do you have to see them or just know their space?
I'm gonna do a 15-foot burst also, because I guess.
Okay,
It has to be
isn't
detected.
undetected.
Does that count imprecise sense, though?
He is hidden to you, which is below undetected, so you can point him out.
Okay,
So
so
at the top we have unnoticed, which is there's no indication you're there at all. It's European extreme mode, solid snake, nobody seen you at all. And then underneath that you have undetected, where they don't know where you're at, but they know you exist. So I guess that would technically be caution mode. And then there is hidden, where you know
it's evasion.
you can hear them or see them in some type of place, but not enough to target them well, and then spot it, basically.
Yeah. So even though I only know imprecise location, I could still do a point out action.
You know he's in this exact square.
Oh.
And if you were to come around and stand right here, he would still be hidden to you, so if he were to stab you, you would still be flat-footed against it.
Yeah.
That is primarily how rogues get flat-footed in combat.
Casting invisibility.
Well, hiding behind things, but yes. So Atticus, you currently have no idea where he's at, and he kind of just poofed invisible to you the last time you seen him.
So I just have no clue at all.
Yes.
Ha, fuck.
He is undetected to you.
Um, there's really nothing else I can kind of do here. I'm kind of just fucked unless I know where the hell he is.
You can delay your turn.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just do that.
Delay your turn to where?
What is that under, by the way? Oh, there it is. So your turn begins. You say, I delay my turn. And then whenever a thing comes up, whenever another person's initiative comes up, you go, I want to go after them.
Okay.
So you basically reinsert yourself in the order. So you going with the delay?
Yes, we are. we'll delay, and we'll find out when's a good time to join back in when stuff happens.
Man, spells being 2 actions is bad. Garmarum.
It's me.
Fucking Poison Bomb MVP, dude.
It's gonna kill him. What he's gonna do is, can I see where Mr. Gator is looking at? Like which direction
This
is this?
direction.
Which direction? Oh, that way. Okay. How far can I see out the window? Like,
How far
maybe
can you
just-
see it? Yeah, right
just-
where Alex is standing, basically.
okay. Can I see just like the square in front of him? The corner of it?
Just barely.
Okay. Excellent. That's all I need. The square in front of him. Garmin kind of is like, I'm not gonna fit through that window. He's gonna kind of punch his knuckles together and semi-rip open a rift in front of him and call out the Hellhound from before. Something 30 feet. Summons Lesser Servitor.
It's a guard dog, right?
Guard dog. It puts it in front of him. And it gets two actions.
What will those actions be?
One action is to move forward up to here. Or the first action is to search, I guess. Seek
A cone or a burst?
a cone. Just basically in that direction. It's got a higher perception than me. And it has imprecise scent. I think that guy is poisoned, so he might have a poisonous scent. I don't know what imprecise scent means though.
It means if you do a perception with it, they are only ever hidden instead of perceived to you.
Okay, so I guess the dog uses that to smell it out.
The doggo also perceives nothing.
It perceives nothing, so it's gonna move forward. I can't see it. It's space. So I'm gonna say like it goes here 10 feet, it's got 30 feet movement, and then 20 feet like down to here.
Is it 30 or is dogs higher? Okay,
I
no, they're
think
only
it's 30. Yeah. So 10 here and then down to 20 here.
I like how it set its initiative at 15 for some reason, by the way.
Weird. But yeah, it should be in this space here. And that's it.
Graya. A doggo appears and also finds nothing. Invis is real good in this system, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
invisibility is a pretty good way to not get hit by anything, but he seems to be spending a lot of time not maintaining it.
Luckily, it isn't a sustained spell in this.
Ah,
Is there anything that we can do that's actually going to help this?
You can seek and not roll bad.
Okay.
I mean, I can help once I can get line of sight and point
That's
out.
true.
But
You could delay and let Alex point him out first.
Yeah, I mean, I'll delay until we can find him. Someone with better perception than me.
Let me just remove dog. Because it's a summon, right? And it goes on your turn,
Yeah.
and you have to give it an action.
Yeah, I spend one of my actions basically giving it an action.
Okay,
Giving it 2
Abner,
actions.
would you also like to delay until he is spotted out?
No. I am going to head towards the door. If it's really after these people, it's probably going to come back inside the building if we can't manage to get a hold of it. So, keep pressing that button wrong. That's 25. Another 25. And a final 25.
Okay, Mr. Gator.
all right, let's get out there. All right. Do I still? Is he still detected or whatever it was?
He is no longer, no.
So I have to seek again.
Correct. You can do it. You could do it.
How do I rotate this damn thing?
I don't think you can now that you've placed it down. But obviously you want it to be like something like that, right?
Yeah,
I
something.
can't figure out how to do it. There we go. Like that even?
Maybe like slightly more to the left. Yeah.
And then you can move it around to here, here,
Come on.
here. Is there any particular squares you'd like to hit?
I want to aim towards this general direction, like here and here.
Is that literally the same? Okay, no, they move a little bit. Okay. Mr. Gator. He is still hidden to you, so it's still a 50% chance to miss.
Don't care because I'm not attacking. You see Mr. Gator point his cane right here. And he yells, "Stop right there, criminal scum!" And he points him out.
What's your last action? Oh wait, that was your last one, wasn't it? 'Cause you
Yeah, it
moved.
was.
Graya and Atticus, would you like to go now, considering it's the end of the round, basically?
Yeah, if he's been revealed or pointed out, better. So, who wants to do this first?
That is your
He's
choice.
in the main room.
I would humbly suggest Graya.
Yeah, I'd say Graya first, just because they're probably closer and can see them.
Well, I mean, I can't. Is he? He's not like fully revealed though, is he?
He's still hidden, so you still have a 50% mischance.
Can I improve that by
No.
trying to?
He's got invisibility cast, so the only way to do that would be dispel him or have a vision that ignores invisibility.
Yeah, you'd have to have like blind sense or something, or heat vision.
I genuinely wish any of us had anything like that.
I don't think you can get that without like true sight spells.
Yeah, we would need like the see invisibility spell to do
Again, I
anything about
wish
this.
any of us had the ability to have any of that. Right, so I guess I'm just gonna swing at him.
And before you do that, roll me a flat d20. Okay, you meet 11, so you can continue your attack now.
All right, standard flurry. Oh, didn't have him selected.
That does hit.
Nice.
Miss. Oh, killed him?
Yes, it did.
Wow.
He got chipped away so much by all that fucking
Thank you, poison.
damage.
Atticus is the real MVP.
Exterminator.
Gotta fumigate your house. You've got leprechauns.
You do find Atticus's bomb still in his pockets, but other than that, he doesn't have anything.
All right. Mr. Gator inspects this corpse.
Graya's going to leave the bomb alone. Because that just has all kinds of no written on it.
What are you inspecting the body for?
Actually, I don't know if a medicine check is really all that useful here because we already know what killed him.
Quick, do an autopsy.
I was thinking more actually. What could I, now that I've got a clearer chance to look at him? Do I know anything?
Let's see. Yes, you do. Is there anything specific you would like to know? I guess not really, because he's already dead, huh?
Like stat-wise, not really. It's kind of irrelevant now. I'm trying to figure out more what this thing is.
This is a leprechaun. You would know with this roll. Generally, unless they're particularly old and cynical, most of their pranks they end up going back on and returning what they have stolen or mending a situation afterwards. Because it's just a prank, bro. It was funny, don't you see?
Is this an old leprechaun?
This is not an old leprechaun, no.
Oh no.
I don't feel that bad, but I feel a little bad.
I mean, in theory, I guess I could have made the damage non-lethal. But so far, I've been giving no incentive to do so.
Well, it says your attack is non-lethal. So unless you have an ability that says you're doing lethal damage.
So technically it means that I can choose to deal non-lethal damage.
Well, if it's
otherwise,
if it's non-lethal, you have to take a -2 penalty to do lethal damage.
Not monks.
Yeah, monks can just...
Okay.
It's essentially basically it's saying I can do whatever I want.
I think they have
Lethal or
powerful
non-lethal.
fist. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah,
Something like that.
I never take the penalty to choose to do non-lethal, but I mean,
He can punch dead and punch undead, not
Yeah.
dead,
Punch
without
undead.
penalty.
Here's my next question then. What's the Queen's law regarding the murder of a leprechaun?
Is it a murder? If
I mean, Alex has a legal perspective on this.
yeah.
Or we could use to
fairies,
justify our
vermin.
actions, but what is the stand your ground home defense law?
On the one hand, no hostile action was taken against you guys, so that's going to look bad in court. On the other hand, he did steal something from you, and you acted retributively.
Also, we were technically hired. Like, if someone says, "Hey, we got rats in the basement, come kill the rats," and it turns out the rats talk. Wait a minute, this sounds familiar.
I was gonna say, yeah, do leprechaun, this is gonna sound bad, but do leprechauns
Leprechaun law.
count as citizens?
Yeah, are fairies vermin? We need to know this.
They count as bordering civilizations.
You mean you started a war?
No, it's more like they have their own laws regarding these types of things, and they're
Okay.
esoteric and stupid.
It's Fey rules for them.
Correct.
Maybe the rule for
So-
them is he fucked up. He was caught. That's his fault. Should have been trickster.
Could be.
You didn't
So
know
what-
they had a monkey.
Yeah. What else was on his body?
I think it was just the bomb.
Nothing else.
Yes, it was just the bomb.
Yes.
Oh.
Either way, Alex will declare it a tragedy.
Now you'll never find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Oh no.
You
There
never
ever
get his
was?
lucky charms.
We did capture him to death.
So I guess
Can't
that leads
believe
to
I
the
just
question
killed
of
a regular Irishman.
It's just a regular.
Why are
He's just a
leprechauns-
guy.
Now,
It's
what's
like
the
you
rules on your
a
summons, by the
child in
way?
a costume. The summon. Oh, I just have to
It's
sustain it.
Sustained.
Yeah.
1 minute,
so
it
that-
will probably not last much longer.
yeah.
Is
Yeah. He
there a
probably
way-
poofs it away. Like, okay, go back home.
Is there a way I can hero point my way out of this? Or do medicine to try to revive the tech?
I think reviving somebody from the dead is like a super top tier medicine feat. So
Yeah. It's a DC.
legendary.
Yeah, it's a DC 40.
It's hilarious that it's possible.
Yeah.
do you need godless healing for that?
No,
I don't
there's a
think so.
specific feat that allows you to resuscitate the dead, but you have to have legendary medicine to have it. to use
Yeah.
it.
I
And it
think
may be a part of the medic.
the dedication. Yeah.
Well, now that you've all murdered a technically not law-abiding citizen.
Yes, this
Also,
is two.
Alex, you forgot to call out that he's broke the law again. That his soul is
He said,
forfeit.
"Stop
I
criminals."
said,
He said,
criminals
"Stop criminals come."
Okay.
I feel like you declared him a criminal, right? Does this count? He looks at his forearm with the work. Please, Dad.
I will say it counts, yes.
Oh,
Fairies
Yeah.
have souls.
there's one. Oh my god, the fairies
Wait.
count.
He's a ginger.
Damn. They charged me more. Okay. Hey, it's working. The debt I have is undefined. I'll leave it to Dub how many fucking souls I have to. What's the number when you say, or is it like a symbol I don't fucking understand?
It could just be regular numbers and you don't understand them.
It's Arabic numerals, but you don't read that language.
I don't know this language. Why is it in this language?
There is no Arabic.
It's Japanese. For some
Moon
reason.
runes.
It's just fucking sideways, and it's like, wait a minute.
Fucking Cyrillic.
Atticus,
one-
the citizens are still asleep, by the way.
Wow, okay,
Yeah.
I'm probably check
was-
on them, Atticus.
I was going to ask, this guy was doing weird stuff to these people, right? Does the weird
There was
stuff-
there was another voice. Garmram's gonna go wave his arms around either side of the bed and on top of like the people to see there's someone invisible sucking out their life force.
Use the seek action.
To do that Zangia fucking spin attack.
Yeah, I had initially thought, oh, that's the leprechaun doing stuff to be able to get away with his japes easier.
Yeah,
Or
there was another
burglary /
voice.
murder.
Yeah, that might have been like ghost sounds or something.
What the fuck was that?
I'm checking.
I like to think a cynical leprechaun that is several thousand years old would be something like Leprechaun into Hood, or the
Leprechaun movie where
the
it kills
shitty
people.
leprechaun that's in Legend of Grimrock 2 that keeps
Never heard
leading
of
you into fucking pitfall traps.
He's
Warwick Davis.
he's part of a group called LWA, Leprechauns with Attitude.
Right.
Ever seen that movie Leprechaun with the evil killer leprechaun?
That's kind of what I was thinking was going on here.
or any of
turns
its
out-
7 sequels?
Turns out it was a nice leprechaun. I'm like, oh well, shit.
I don't know if you could really describe any of this as nice.
Probably not nice. They're playing pranks in like old married couple.
Well, I don't think it right to leave the body in the street for now.
Should we
So-
move the body? Should we be like, hey, here's your culprit?
Well, we took everything else back to the sheriff. Do you think he wants a small green man?
You just throw him on the table. Here's your culprit. How do we prove
That's-
it?
Not in particular regarding the sheriff.
Long way away, isn't it?
Well, there's got to be a sheriff here.
Oh, regardless, if it's not a citizen, then
Yeah, Alex, do you want to check on these bodies if they're still alive and stuff?
I mean, yeah,
Atticus,
that's
what
why
exactly
I
were
made
you
that
checking
little roll.
for?
Oh, gotcha.
To see whether they were under a trance or a spell or some kind of occult magics. It'd be easy enough to tell if they were breathing or not. I'm not even gonna presume that they're not. I mean, I'll check, but like, it's really easy to tell when somebody's not breathing. You just put your hand in front of their face.
There are beetles coming out. of their
let's
mouth.
try to rouse them from the whatever their slumber is going on.
I turned one over. Surely that'll wake them up.
Yeah, I'm basically trying to see if somebody cast a sleeping spell on them or what the fuck. So, what did anything come of that?
Well, they are still breathing.
That's good.
Yes. Atticus, deep within the recesses of your mind, you finally realize these motherfuckers shouldn't have been able to sleep through this. Not unless they suffer from extreme narcolepsy. Wait a minute. Sleeping in the middle of the day, huh? That makes... Wait. Long necks? Sleeping problems? You remember hearing something about some type of people who can become cursed, though it's generally not them that are the ones that are the victim. Well, they are the victim of the curse, but they're usually from the same generation of somebody else that has been cursed. And this curse will cause them to slowly transform as they sleep. Their necks will grow longer and longer as they are asleep until they come off several tens of feet off of the bodies and eventually separate from the bodies altogether to go out and do horrific, violent acts by themselves while the body is still asleep.
Okay.
Hold on a sec. Are you going to tell us that, or?
I mean, I guess, yeah. That their heads just come off at night and wander around, or I guess
All right.
not come off, but
Mr. Gator is going to be like, wait a second, is that bullshit? Or
apparently a real thing
this-
that I know.
is this Junji Ito bullshit going on, or what's up, man?
We can watch them while they sleep, and we can see their heads go around, and then
Yes,
that's
Mr.
the obvious
Gator.
question: is
You know that this is in fact some Junji Ito shit.
Graya can pop her head in like, oh yeah, that's a bedtime story.
Okay. Well, what can we do about that?
Charming.
no.
Once you're in an Asian ghost story, you're just fucked.
Yeah,
True.
like somebody might know remove curse, but it's not us. I guess we can just like lock the heads in here and
Yup.
just wait till morning and be like, okay, yeah.
look-
You got one dead leprechaun and a curse.
If you look closely, you can notice their necks are starting to extend slightly as of this very moment.
Do we have to fight them? I don't know.
I say we come up with a thing that prevents their necks from extending. Can we tie them down? Like their heads?
I don't know, can you?
I got rope.
Are you physically able?
I mean, are you going to play grammar games with me?
That's one of those situations where it's like, okay, practically that should probably work, but also like supernaturally, is it always going to fulfill the curse?
You can try if you would like to.
I mean, does my knowledge, besides remove curse, is there, to my knowledge, any other way to deal with this?
You would have to find out who the person was that put this curse on them, otherwise, and either get them to remove it themselves, which I imagine if they're going to put a generational curse on somebody, they're not going to be want to do that, or kill the person who put the curse on them. Otherwise, yes, a spell to remove curses. Is that even a normal spell in this, or is it a ritual?
What spell?
Remove curse.
I am not sure.
Spell level 4, 10 minutes. You just do a counteract check. I'm dreading the day where you guys actually want to counteract something, because then I have to look up the rules for that.
Well, if nothing else, we definitely need to try to secure this place as best we can so they cannot escape. Unless somebody's got a better idea, it seems like locking down the doors and the windows and tying their heads down is probably all we can really do. And then find a cleric.
Honestly, he opens the closet or the dresser. Stuff them in here.
Speaking of which,
Okay. I mean, just so I understand it, these people
you
are
can click on that, right?
definitely cursed,
Nope.
It's not opening though.
But their curse turns them into monsters that
That's
prowl
right.
the night.
What hellish delight!
No more rhyming.
I want to examine this cloak. Can I identify it?
Push the button. Takes 10 minutes, by the way.
The entire time, people are just slowly pushing their heads back down.
I got rope. We can tie him down. I don't know what that would be. Is that like
Yeah,
is
how do we not strangle them? I guess.
that a thievery check?
What?
I think tying
Hey.
somebody up may actually be thievery or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Garm's suggestion is to stuff them both in the closet and then just tie up the closet or like put a broom in the handle so they don't come out until morning.
It's a
Coyote
cloak
cloak.
made from a coyote.
Survival.
You know, if we're like really min-maxing this, if Gaia gets a hold of that, she could feed up to like 128 people.
Currently?
Dang.
It's
Well-
the fucking survivalist feed or whatever it is.
Cool.
I don't know if we can take this without it being theft, though.
True. They're
Are
not
we-
really dead, so it's not looting.
We're already about to tie two
Are
people
we
up.
worried about that?
Well, technically speaking, it looks bad.
So just lock
So
it.
I'm putting it
Closet.
back into the closet for now.
Yeah, because we have a good cause for that. Their heads are about to pop off and start doing weird shit. And then we can get a cleric in the morning. We'll just watch the closet. It'll be
With-
I
fine.
don't know if we want to wait that long.
With that
Yeah.
cloak, Gaia can already feed 8 people if she crits.
Sweet.
So, are the neck demon creatures and the leprechaun related in some way?
Maybe the
Or was
leprechaun was trying to help them.
Just a happy coincidence.
None of the pranks described relate to the neck pain they were feeling.
What kind of prank was that?
It was like the fireplace getting cold, objects moving on the tables and stuff here, the sink going off, the voices by the piano or something like that, I think.
Is it possible they were cursed by said leprechaun for taking something of his?
I think you mentioned it was generational. Like they inherited this curse
Yeah.
from whom?
Well, their parents.
Yeah, but you're saying these are married couple. They're not brother and sister.
That's true. Is that like a dating site for long neck monster people?
What if they were brother and sister? This is.
Ew.
It could just be anybody who's the same family name.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe the family name itself is the curse. What is their family name?
Didn't ask.
Can we
I check-
snoop around for clues?
Check their underwear to see if there's a label.
It's before that time, man. They'd all
Damn.
be wearing union suits.
Check their union suits to see
Yeah,
if they have
yeah,
a label.
the kind where it's like all one piece and you have the butt flap.
Yeah, maybe they
So-
have one of those with label. Or tag.
So if they come to life or whatever at night and kill people, if that doesn't sound like what that weird green man was doing, then should we try looking for clues as to what did?
Well, worst case scenario, the neighborhood killers are these people?
Okay, second. Shouldn't we maybe bring them with us to the sheriff?
Atticus and Alex, you would know. Um, Once they get to the point of violence, there's a very brief period that you may be able to save them until their souls are completely consumed. And then their body is just left there to rot while the head flies away.
All right. Well,
So let's get a cleric, or bring them to the clerics. Rather,
Probably. All right.
let's not delay on that.
Wait, what if they wake up while we're carrying them?
That's why I said we tie them down.
Does anyone have holy water?
Okay, but this is. How are we going to tie a head down?
I'm sure Mr. Gator could think of a way to do that. Isn't that right, Dub?
I don't think it would be a secret, but yeah. Let me see, because I probably should have looked that up earlier. Thievery. Palm and object, steal, disable, pick a lock, no. Is it athletics then?
Or like crafting somehow?
Yeah, you know, crafting
Crafting.
makes a lot of sense.
Fuck! God!
Hero point.
This is true, you're right.
Speaking of which, Atticus, you can have one more for...
yep, I got it. What are we doing with the craft? Oh, are y'all trying to craft something?
We're trying
Trying to
to
tie
figure
them
out what
down.
to tie
Craft
their
a
heads.
tie.
We have to somehow bind a disembodied head that
Oh,
is.
it's not disembodied yet. It's still attached to the body.
Well, yes, but my concern is in transit. What if the head decides to leave the body? It doesn't matter if their hands are bound.
Oh no, we're trying to tie the head to
But we
the
are
body.
literally tying the head.
I guess
Yes.
what I'm going to say is that you can basically have your crafting be equivalent to like an athletics check to grapple them, and then they can contest that to break it.
Yeah.
We'll have to hurry.
You should
Which
use a
means
hero
your
point,
DCs would be
Atticus.
10 and 12.
Use the hero point, Atticus.
Yep, we're using the hero point. Is that the button?
You
can
can
just
right click
right-click
your
it.
check.
Oh, there it is.
Yay!
Much better.
Okay.
Much better.
So, Alex, which one were you tying down that gets the shitty one?
The left one, I guess.
Also, we could just like bar the doors and windows and then have somebody stay here while somebody else gets the cleric.
I don't know if leaving someone alone in here with them is wise. They've already killed half a neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah, while that's going on, I guess Garmarum will try and pick up one of the bodies and be
Good
like, "How
stuff.
about
Wardrobe.
yeah, we try and drag him there, and I'm gonna try and athletics keep the head on while running. To grapple the head, keep it in."
Grappling is against their fortitude, right?
I think
Or is
so.
it reflex?
I think it might be reflex.
I should know this.
Fortitude.
Cool. It's a fortitude of a head.
Okay, so neither of those were crits then. Which means they're just, well, I'll still count it as restrained.
He didn't actually attack anybody, did he?
Leprechaun?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
he didn't.
we're still on the. We
Yeah,
thought
just
he
kinda-
was. Accidentally.
Like I said, if we're going to justify his murder, it's going to be stand your ground laws, home invasion defense.
Yep.
He
Did
was.
break in.
He seemed to have been dying from poison too.
Speaking of the body of the leprechaun, can we bring that inside the house?
Sure.
And let's, for now, leave it in. What's a part of the room that doesn't have windows that we could also block vision of the body with?
Closet.
The chamber pot.
Would it fit in the chamber pot?
Definitely not.
They do have a dresser.
Because now that I think about it, do fey bodies just dissipate?
They're from the first world. Do they go back to the first world?
They're not outsiders, so. But then again, none of us are really experts on what happens when you kill an Irishman.
I don't know. I live in Ireland, so
Are you
usually
trying
they
to
go
tell
to
us
court.
something?
He's just feeling a little bit scared and threatened right now because of what we did to, another Irishman.
I'm not Irish though.
I mean,
I just live here.
you're not Irish by proxy?
No, or I'd be a citizen. It'd be easier. I want citizenship so I can go visit the US, but they won't give it to me for some fucking reason. I've been here more than 10 years.
That's weird.
That sucks.
But yeah, hide the body somewhere under the bed or in that closet. And
Yeah.
do you think we could carry some of these folks over to a cleric or try and get a cleric here? It might be faster to meet them halfway.
I don't have a message spell, but I'm sure somebody could run ahead instead of the people carrying the bodies.
Graia's fastest.
Graia's the fastest, but also the best with grappling. So
Sure.
Well, if they go full transformation, they're done for.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep the heads on. We might as well. The fastest way is to get the bodies there, because going to church and then running back will take twice as long. We have a cart, I think.
Meet them halfway.
Yeah.
Don't go towards church.
the cart problem is long since past.
Yeah, they sold the card.
Oh, you sold the cart.
Yeah, no, I mean Graia can totally run ahead and fetch somebody.
And Garmrum can fireman carry one of these if someone else can carry the other. Maybe he
I think
can
Let's
carry.
between me and the
ask,
alligator, we got this.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's ask the question: does Graia know where anything is?
Oh, that's also a good question.
Time to find out with a survival check? Or would it be
It's
a society check?
in a city.
Guess what?
Maybe Mr. Gator should go with you because he has a high society.
Yeah, I should go. Maybe
Or-
Abner and Atticus can help move the bodies.
I'm trained in society, so
Alright, so am I rolling a society or letting one of you handle it?
I can handle it. I got a +8.
okay. Then I will.
Unless I roll like shit again.
I will lug snakehead bodies around then.
It is not secret, by the way.
I am not doing so hot with my skill checks, which are supposed to be
You are
pretty
a
good.
little panicked, and you did participate in what could have been a crime murder.
Well, I didn't kill anybody, but
I mean, same, but
I'm still not sure why we're not just cramming these guys in the wardrobe and tying that up.
Me either, but it looks like
well,
we're doing
can you
this.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you carry a wardrobe?
Well, no, but then we can bring the priest back here.
Yeah, but we're trying not to let them separate. I
Yeah, we're
think,
trying not to
right?
let them die.
Oh. Cursed morality.
Have they done this before? Like, is this a thing they've already been doing?
Like I said, entirely possible given that there's other deaths.
A completely
There's-
unrelated murderer. Just this isn't even. Yeah, I
I
don't know.
wouldn't be surprised if those murders were unrelated because, like, the leprechaun wasn't related to the super.
Actually, would our knowledge check let us know would these heads maul things?
They absolutely do, yes.
Okay, yeah, then they probably ended up killing people. And
Also,
if
Atticus
we're
specifically, since you're the bombman, you know they also like to drink the fuck out of oil out of lanterns and stuff. Which may be why they have headaches, because they're literally poisoning themselves.
So if they're already murdering people, is there a point?
they are not consciously aware that they're doing it, they lack the mens rea for it to be a crime.
Do we have time necessarily to expunge them of said evil before it's too late?
That is why we are trying to get to the cleric.
Time to go! Garmin picks one up. Fireman carry.
So I'll grab another one.
Yeah,
We
and
explored town a little bit earlier. I feel like we might have come across a church.
Actually, now that I think about it, in my notes, was a church mentioned?
There was a cathedral type thing mentioned, but I think that was where the council met.
That's right. The cathedral is run by the Council of 21 Mages in the north side of town. So unless they also happen to hold church services there, which they might,
That's risky. Is there something closer?
I imagine everybody should be doing the society check to find. Let me.
Just lead the way. I'm carrying.
How does that re-roll look? I can't see it. It's private.
Well, stop private thing.
Well, I didn't expect it to, because it was originally private. I think.
Yeah.
Is the 16 enough to make a difference? God.
What is with these rolls?
I will say that 15 would be enough, yes.
Oh,
Alright.
thank goodness.
Cool.
You just made it.
So even with the +8 on all my skills, it's like, damn.
Because 15 is trained, and I wouldn't imagine, like, a guide to a town would be any more than trained in the lore to the town.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're going to drag them across the city to the cathedral.
It's that far? Do they have not small temples?
Do we have a contingency plan for if we fail and their heads pop off as we're running across the city and fly away?
yeah, beat him to death.
Pretty much, yeah.
Shoot them out of the
Before they
sky.
attack us.
Pretty much kill them while they're still restrained by the rope.
What matters is an attempt was made.
It is 2,200 hours. Whenever you get to the church. What is the plan now?
A priest! Bring us a priest, he says. Also, he hisses a little upon entering the church.
In the name of God.
Whoa!
Was that the priest?
Yeah, the priest is Hank, though.
I thought it was a ghost.
Oh, now what you... what you guys got for me here?
Can you remove curses?
Well, yes, but, you will have to pay a fee to the church in order to get such.
Shit, I mean, how much?
Oh, we won't be paying. They will.
They will be.
No, cure them before they pop off of their own bodies and eat your face. How's that for motivation?
Give me a diplomacy.
I was gonna say that's the angle I was gonna take.
Yeah, I mean, Graia's plan was to kick open the door, throw the bodies inside, and say, "Deal with it."
Yeet.
Yeah, pretty much kind of what I'm doing here. Like, they are out of my hands right now.
Because if we don't pay
Spellcasting.
and don't remove the curse, whose problem is it really?
40 GP plus any additional cost required to cast this specific spell.
Absolutely not.
So we're gonna hero point reroll that.
I will execute them on Fred.
It would not be. Are you sure you still want to?
Oh wow, really? It was perfectly fine.
Yeah, no need to re-roll that.
It would.
All right, whatever. It's not my problem. They can just work out a payment plan, cure them, or their souls go to fucking somewhere forever. Like, come on, you're a priest. Don't do this.
Yeah, and that's assuming you survive.
Yeah, again, these are here now. I just foished the body on them.
There's like 4 or 5 fucking strangers show up at a priest's door demanding to be let in, throw a couple of dwarves on the floor, and just go, peace.
Yeah.
Remove their curses. It's really not our problem. We could leave it close the doors.
I mean, I'm sure people leave babies on nunnery doorstops all the time. It's just like usually, they're
If
babies,
you don't
not
remove their
full
curses,
adults.
they'll kill you.
They will do that. Consider that payments.
I'm
If
in a good
needed,
mood.
Alex will take the time to show the father, the priest dude, exactly what's happening with their necks.
Yep.
And how it's cursed.
You have the capability to fix this, and if you choose not to, the blood is all on your hands. We've done our duty of
Again.
care.
Assuming you survive.
I'm still trying to figure out where the.
Show up to the man of the cloth's house and just
what would the
chain
skill
him.
be called so I can see what the success, crit success, fail, crit fail is. Pretty sure this is gonna be a normal success, but. Okay, it's a request. Okay, they will cast the spell. But, they want you to stay here and fill out paperwork for all the stuff related to why they're doing this.
I can handle that.
Why?
Yep.
Because without proper documentation, our asses will not be covered.
Yeah, okay, just do it. Just do it.
I will handle it. Let it be done.
Good that we have a
Government.
lawyer.
Government
And a
just
judge.
Here, let's work on this together. I'll give you the help action.
I'm doing lore legal check.
No,
I
no,
get
I'm the
money.
one that has to do the checks.
Who, Abner?
Oh, no, I'm the one that has to do the checks.
Oh, sure. I mean, for the lawyer stuff.
I think he means for remove curse.
Yep.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta do that.
Yeah, it's going to be like a counteract action, so the the priest might still fail at this.
Oh, got at the ready.
Okay, so I'm guessing I'm just gonna have to use this. Oh, that's pretty good. That's before modifiers, so.
Ooh.
And let's see, that would be 7 plus their skill at level 7 would be like 7 plus master plus the skill, which, what is the skill for divine spells? Religion. And is religion int or wisdom?
Religion's wisdom, I believe.
Yep.
Okay, so this would be like 19 plus the level 7 plus expert, or no, master is 6 plus is that it? Am I dumb? Oh, plus their skill mod, which
Plus-
would be like 5.
Plus your level, yeah.
Okay, yeah, 37 is definitely going to end one of these
Dang.
curses.
One fixed. The second one.
Okay, so
Eight is
what was
way
that
worse.
again? 8 plus 7 plus master is 6 plus their skill mod is 5.
26 is still pretty good.
26 is still pretty good, but what would your spellcasting DC be at level 7, Garmarum?
For me, my spellcasting DC at level 7. Let me see.
I think that would be level
It depends
7.
on your class. It increases to expert at level 7, I think.
Expert is 4. And then I'm missing something. So level,
What level
expert,
is the
spell
creature?
mod. There we go.
Yeah, and then for
And
it to be a
then plus
DC, it's plus 10, yeah.
They meet, they win. Both
Oh!
curses out.
Oh! Wow, they barely met it.
Mr. Gator wipes his forehead and lets out a sigh.
Continues going through the paperwork.
I'm going to imagine that's going to be framed as I don't have a downtime action.
It would probably take up the rest of the night.
I'll help him with it. Just cut down the time. I'm trained in legalese as well.
So I guess since it's 12:12 here, we will leave off with successful curse identification and removal.
Woo! And
No,
now
I guess
they're
I should have read this. Counteracts the target if the counteract level is no more than 1 level higher than the level. So yes, I can't
okay.
imagine they would have a curse that is 6 or higher.
Yeah, that's fair.
If it was a crit success, it would have been 3 or higher, which
Ah.
was the first one. Yes, the first one was a crit success. I'm not sure where the spell comes in for this, by the way, the remove curse spell. I'm wondering if you need it to attempt the check at all.
Or it
To
might be that
remove a
you-
curse.
the
Yeah.
spell lets you do it within like a round as opposed to taking a ritual.
It's 10-minute spell,
Is-
so
Oh,
Is this system one of those where it's like you have to cast Identify and then you
No.
get the privilege of rolling?
Identify is not a spell in this system. You just roll on things.
Identify in 3.5 just give you like a plus 10 or plus 20 to your.
Oh, here's what the spell does. Instead of the normal success, the success means it's removed. And if it comes from an item, they can take the item off.
Sweet. Okay. So the spell is removed. Maybe from the family name. Since both of them are no longer cursed.
And we will see the results of this tomorrow in game, but not tomorrow in real life.
Yeah, do we sleep in the church? Or we're still probably up. We'll be fine. We'll sleep.
I know an empty house we can go rest in.
Technically,
You do.
yes. And all
We
it's
all
got
gotta
is a
inside
dead
of it.
leprechaun rotting.
Are we all gonna sleep on the bed?
It's
Well,
like
if
a
they-
queen bed,
they-
so
If they have a bath / shower, I think.
they do not.
Good. Damn it! Where do they bathe?
At the communal bath station.
I guess I'll head there.
What the fuck is the word for that? A public bath. There you go.
Oh, there, a public bath. Okay, that makes sense. I
This
guess.
place is probably big enough to have like an onsen or something.
Yeah, this
Or at
place
least
is
hot spring.
really, it's really smoky and sooty. After all this shit, I think he wants to take a bath. If there's a hot spring, it's even better. An onsen.
You're weirdly opposed to being dirty for
For what?
Eh.
Saying devils are dirty. Quite clean, actually.
Or are you referring to Canid style creatures?
Yeah, don't dogs like stinky stuff?
I find that
Not really.
offensive.
Are gnolls even dogs?
Closer to hyenas, but I still find it offensive.
Yeah, fair.
Don't hyenas like stinky stuff more than dogs?
Don't monkeys throw their feces?
Oh,
When we're kids.
What?
That brings up further questions.
Yeah, didn't expect that, did you?
I haven't done
Are
that in
we
2
reading-
years.
Over here, like hellhounds are closer to dogs than like people are closer to.
Meanwhile, Mr. Gator's just Mr. Gator's just thinking to himself, "Don't dogs eat their own feces?"
Don't all animals do that at some point?
Yeah.
Listen, we're dangerously close to discussing poo.
Listen, we're not animals. Just say, he just said.
We're not animals, damn it. We're civilized.
We're civilized and we drop these bodies on the ground.
As Graya is literally eating fleas she picks out of her own
Yeah.
fur.
We don't speak for Graya. She's different.
She's built different.
She built different.
And there's apostrophes where there should be vowels in that word.
Different? Yeah. She built different. Different.
Different.
We're gonna sleep on that queen size bed. Okay.
There's not like a
I mean,
inn nearby.
Yeah, I was
The
gonna say
one you
we-
still have rooms in.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say we still
See,
have rooms rented.
That
do we
one's
not?
probably nearer.
Oh, we do?
To...
Then let's go there. Fuck
Yeah.
that.
Let's go there. I want to sleep in their house. That place cursed.
You guys have common rooms at least because
It
private
burned
rooms
here.
are expensive as fuck.
Better than cursed leprechaun corpse room.
Yeah. Do you think the corpse of the leprechaun unleashed a fresh new curse on the place?
Fake
I
curse is
mean-
possibly even worse.
yeah, like, let's be very clear. None of you just punched the jaw off a leprechaun. Grya did.
It was already decaying by the time you got
It was
to the
alright.
punch.
You gave it mercy at some point. The mercy kill.
I mean, I wonder if that is even possible to argue, because technically it would have died a slow and miserable death from the poison.
It was dying. It's failing to resist the saves.
I had a plan, but then you killed him, so...
It's like he
Yeah,
was
just the
gonna
way.
surrender.